And then we'll proceed from 9:50 to 10:40 to receive a briefing from SASSA on its annual report for 2023-2024 financial year. Thereafter, we'll start the deliberations, and then from 10:40 to 12, from 12 to 1 o'clock, the SASSA will respond to any issues that will be raised by committee. And then 1 o'clock to 1:30, there will be a snack, a small lunch, and then we'll reconvene at 13:30 to 14:15, 2:15. We will also receive a presentation from NDA on its annual report for 2023-2024 financial year. Thereafter, we'll convene, we'll have the committee deliberations, interrogate, raise questions and concerns, and then NDA from 1500 to 1545 will provide responses. From 1545 to 1600, the chairperson will make closing remarks, and then the meeting will adjourn. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Committee Secretary, for that. I would like to table the agenda to the honourable members for adoption, please. Honourable De Bruyn has adopted the agenda, seconded by Honourable Munyai. Thank you so much for that, honourable members. I am not going to take any more time. As I said, at a time when the minister arrives, we will ensure that she gives her overview. But I think in the interest of time, I know that many people are going to all sorts of places in the country after this meeting. So I would like to make sure that while we do justice to the presentations that we have today, we also do justice to saving the time for people to get to their destinations hereafter. So I would like to hand over to the CEO of SASSA, and welcome you again with your team, CEO. Please take over.
Chair, a very good morning, and to you, Chair, and to the members of the Portfolio Committee, and to my colleagues, both from NDA and SASSA. Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair. Chair, both myself, CFO, and SIPO, who run strategy, will go through the presentation. In terms of the presentation, Chair, what we're going to focus on is I'll give the contextual background and just how we've progressed over the past 5 years. And then as SIPO will talk to the performance overview, and CFO will deal with the financial report and audit outcomes. And then we will request the committee to help us in terms of noting and engaging on the issues. The purpose of this presentation, Chair, is to brief the Portfolio Committee on regarding the SASSA's 2023-24 annual report, and will focus, as indicated, on the performance against the objectives, particularly for 2023-24, an overview of our budget and expenditure for 23-24, and the outcomes of the audit. Chair, in terms of our existence as an institution, we're a Schedule 3A public entity, and we're established 2006 in terms of the SASSA Act of 2004. The Social Assistance Act provides us the legal framework in terms of doing what we need to do. And each month, Chair and members, we embark on a monthly process of determining the funds that are due to various beneficiaries. We have two groups of categories of clients that we serve, which is the new clients that we've started serving, which is the SRD 350, and our core clients whom we serve in terms of the traditional beneficiaries that we have. The 19 million South Africans, which include, are the ones that we serve, which include the older persons, the people with disabilities, war veterans, children, and people that are in distress. And that distress would include instances when there's floods or fires, but also would include the new category of clients that we serve. 55% of these numbers are consumed by 4 regions, which include Gauteng, KZN, Limpopo, and Limpopo respectfully. So 28 million, Chair and members, is what we actually pay, which is due to SRD grants, which, as I indicated, is a new grant which started with COVID. Approximately 45% of the population in South Africa benefits through social transfers, and over 200 billion per annum is what we actually disperse, and 250 billion if we include the SRD, which is, as I indicated, Chair, is the new grant that we actually do. So our objective in terms of the program structure is that we act as the sole agent that will ensure the efficient and effective management, administration, and payment of social assistance. We eventually serve as an institution to manage broader social security benefits. The social assistance program and the operations of SASSA are fully funded by government, as compared to some of the Schedule 3A institution. The Social Assistance Act of 2004 provided the legal framework for which we actually exist, and in terms of determining what our responsibility is. The programs that we have 2 broad programs, Chair and members and Minister. And these include the administration, which is program 1, and benefits administration and support, which is program 2, which is basically the core of the business that we do. So the other area is more support areas. In terms of the...
My sincere apology. And it is your fault because you mentioned the minister. So I can't now not welcome the minister when you are already, including her in your speech. So it's your fault. But welcome, Minister, and good morning, and thank you so much for coming through to the meeting. We knew that you were on your way, so nothing has been out of place as a result of your entering the room. We just want to welcome you. We are on slide number 3, I believe, of the SASSA's annual report presentation. At an appropriate time, you will get the opportunity to give us your overview, but I would like the CEO to please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister. In terms of our performance progression, Chair, between 2019-2020 to date, the key issue to indicate is that the performance of 2023-24 was a 10% increase from the previous year, whereby our performance was sitting at 76%, and in the last year it was 86%. We've improved from the 74% level in terms of performance. There are areas where we did not achieve the targets, and we will indicate as to what were the challenges, particularly with regards to 23-24, indicate as to what it is that we need to do going forward with regards to those areas. We recorded an 86% performance, which I indicated, and this was in line with 28 targets that were planned for the reporting period, for which we were able to only fully achieve 24 of those targets. In the administration side, we achieved 83%, and on the grants, which again, as I indicated, is the core of our business, we achieved 9 out of 10 targets. Chair, I will then ask Sipho to continue with the detail in terms of the performance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, CEO. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Minister and members. I'll just proceed from where the CEO. Am I audible, Chair? Thank you. As the CEO has indicated, maybe, Chair, you will indicate in terms of time, because we have classified the presentation into two, where we first have a high-level presentation of what we have achieved and deal with the issues that we have not achieved, and then the second part deals with the details. So in terms of time, you will lead, Chair. I will start with the high level, and then if we do have the time, we'll then can highlight some of the slides in terms of the detailed information that we have included in the package. So as we start with program 1, we have a target that we have included in the annual performance plan of SASSA, even in the current one, Chair, that deals with the unqualified opinion. And you will notice that when the CFO comes and present that we've been unqualified since 2019 to 23-24. And again, we're dealing with the issues of administrative costs, both for SASSA to be able to deliver on the mandate in terms of the budget, and that was kept in the form of a percentage to say at least it should not be more than 5% of the total budget for the social grants. And for the year that we are reporting, we're able to keep it below that 5%, and it was 3% the expenditure, which was 7.3 billion at the end of March 2024. And as far as the administrative costs, again, we kept it at 37 rand, and when we reported at the end of March, the annual report carries a 22 rand cost, and that is calculated including the beneficiaries both of our normal grants, including the SRD 370 as well. And then around the social assistance debtors, which is an issue that obviously sits with the DSD books, and every time we come, we meet with the committee, whether on a quarterly or annual basis, we present our progress in terms of how we're reducing the debt book. And for the year that we are reporting, we're able to reduce it by 6% against a target of 5%. And the reduction is actually happening in two ways. One, it's through recovering from those that are economically active and they have the means to pay back. And for those that are unable to pay back, because in some instances they have the grant only as their income, and therefore we do the assessment, and then we ask the Department of Social Development and National Treasury to at least write off those for those that are economically inactive. And we got an 18 million write-off together with that 14 million that we recovered, and all in all was 32, and that gave us the 6%. And in terms of the capacity of SASSA to deliver in terms of the human element, the warm bodies, we also have targeted at least 90% of the funded positions, and the funded positions for this period was 7,610, and by the end of the period under reporting, March 2024, 7,319 posts were filled, which gives us a 96%. And the last one, Honorable Chair, deals with us as SASSA saying that we want to make sure that our beneficiaries are served under humane conditions, improve the offices, the local offices specifically where we're serving them, make sure that the issues of internet connections are not an issue, the branding, including the issue of electricity, considering the issue of the load shedding, making sure that we install alternative power supply. And for this period, we're able actually to do more, because when National Treasury approved the surplus funding, some of the money was then channeled to say, let's do more, let's get more offices connected to the alternative power supply. And then still within program 1, there's the issue around labor relation cases. And in the past few years, there was a huge backlog, which we then decided as an organization to say, we need to now track it through the APP, put it a little bit strategic. And as we were doing so, then we had 2 targets around the labor relations. One that is currently that is dealing with the current cases that we receive on that particular year, and then the second one then is tracking the issues that are in the backlog. And you can see, Chair, that under the current cases, we're able to finalize 89% of those cases, and on the backlog we finalized 85. And you can see that even the targets are not the same. The other one is 60 and the other one is 70. And then we're also listing the sanctions, which are ranging from verbal warnings, written warnings, final warnings, dismissals, and all the way down. And then around the space of fraud and corruption, we had included 2 targets, Honorable Chair, one that deals with detection of fraud, and when we have detected fraud, we need to report it to different stakeholders. Some they are reported internally within our core business, so that if it is a suspected fraud around a grant, some of those grants need to be lapsed whilst you're investigating, and some they are being referred to the banks, to SAPO, and there's a number of stakeholders that we refer these cases. And then the second one is around the investigations of those cases that is done by ourselves without going to the level of the law enforcement agencies. And around the investigations, we're able to do 98% against a target of 90, and these are the numbers that we are presenting, Honorable Chair. And then around the ICT space, Honorable Chair, the main issue that we are actually targeted was the issue of replacing the legacy system. But because legacy system, it's a legacy system, it's not something that you can do overnight. It is a process, and in the process, we still need to do some form of modernization in the legacy system so that it is able to give us the things that we can be able to see, including the issue of online and other things. And for the year under review, we had targeted a number of offices to say we need to roll out the front web-based solution. And we were able to do that in a number of offices. And in fact, all the regions now, they have the front web-based. And then the second one is around the issue of interfaces with various institutions of government. And we do this so that we make sure that there's no double dipping for those beneficiaries who are receiving NSFAS, who are on UIF, and we want to verify and make sure that if you are on NSFAS, you don't get the grant at the same time. So these are the interfaces that we do with the various institutions to avoid that. And then around the procurement spend, we also have a target on the annual performance plan, which is an ongoing one as well, with a 5% target to say at least these groupings, qualifying women, youth, and people with disabilities, we need a portion of our goods and services budget to be awarded through these groupings. And out of that, for the year under review, 106 million was awarded through these groupings of a total 1.7 billion, which gave us a 6% against a 5% target. And then there's the issue of the beneficiary biometrics, which also it is work that started a few years ago, which we actually started by firstly making sure that our own system users, our employees, are authenticating using biometrics. and then later on, that was then improved to include the beneficiaries. But however, during COVID, we had to suspend it a bit and then resuscitated it last year, piloting into 4 offices, which the pilot went well. We're happy with it. And in the current financial year, we're rolling out into all the other regions, making sure that we get every beneficiary authenticated through biometrics. And then the last part is around the implementation of the communication and marketing strategy with a number of programs that we communicate from media engagements, stakeholder engagements, marketing, including a national publication that we do from a head office point of view, which we call a You and Your SASSA booklet, and that is done by a head office. And then going straight to the core business, Honorable Chair, where the CEO has indicated that we got a 90%. Out of the 10 targets that we had, it's only 1 target that we couldn't realize fully. And when we say we have not realized fully, there is some work that has happened, and we will indicate as well to say what level of work that was done during that particular period that we are reporting. And the first one, Honorable Chair, we're tracking the number of applications, grant applications that are processed. And in the tracking, obviously, we will track them separate. We will have the one that tracks the applications on your normal grant, which in this instance is the first indicator target, where we had targeted 1.5 million, and we were able to process and finalize 1.897 million grants. And around the one on the SRD, you will see as I go down also the processing level. And then the second one deals with the active grants as at the end of a particular reporting period, which we tracking it quarterly, we're tracking it even on a monthly basis, and for the purpose of today, it is for the annual report, which is at the end of March 2024. We had 19,137,524 active grants in the system at a particular cost, which we'll deal with it in the details as well. And then the turnaround time, Honorable Chair, we're tracking turnaround time also around the applications that we process on a daily basis, and the target, as in our strat plan, we wanted to say by end of the MTSF period to be completing all our grants applications within a day. But then there were some issues in the progression which delayed us, and we are currently at 7 days now. But for the period that we're reporting it at a 10-day turnaround time, and for that we're able to process 95% of the 1.89 million within the 10 days. But even there, in that 10 days, there's a number of them that are dealt with and completed within 1 day. And then around the inquiries and the disputes, again, we are tracking the turnaround time in terms of how long it takes us to finalize or resolve an inquiry, how long it takes us to resolve a dispute. And we have targets 5 days for the inquiry and 14 days for the disputes, and for both of them we got a 97%. And then there's the issue of the queue management system, Honorable Chair, which we started around 2022, if I'm correct, CEO, and we are rolling it out in the offices, but in a staggered way. So for the period that we are reporting, we're reporting 43 local offices where we have implemented the queue management system. And then the number 8, it's with regard to the payment itself, the payment of the social grants to the beneficiaries. And we are targeting that at least 99% as our target. 99% of the application of the payment should go through and make sure that the rejections are less. In fact, in terms of our strat plan, when we started, we said it should not be more than 5% rejections. And we can see, and you can see it yourself, Chair, that the rejection rate is actually 0.2. And that 0.2 was even audited by the Auditor General because there are reasons to say why the banks have rejected and all of those, which the Auditor General looked at it as well. And then the last one, it's improving still conditions under which we serve our beneficiaries, making sure that we don't have beneficiaries who are served under the trees, as the language used to say beneficiaries are paid under the tree. So we wanted to make sure that there's no beneficiary that is paid under the tree, and how we're doing it. We're making sure that we sign a memorandum of agreements with the communities. We use the halls, we use community structures where there is none in existence within that particular area. You will bring in either a tent with a shelter, with ablution facilities and things like that, making sure that it is dignified. And these are the four indicators or targets, Chair, that we were not able to fully realize. And I'm using the word fully because when we're presenting to you, we're saying 24 of 28 were fully achieved. So that is the standard that AG is actually used to say there's nothing that is half cooked. It's either you have achieved or you have not. So. And there was work that was done here, but we have used the standard of the AG to classify them as not achieved. And the first one is around human capital management strategy, which unfortunately we couldn't finalize it due to non-responsive bids, but at least by the last quarter of the financial year, we're able to get a responsive bid. We appointed, and the work continued, and as we speak now, there's a good progress, which the committee can be finished later, or when we bring another quarterly report. And then around the roadmap, which is the replacement of the sock pen system that I spoke to, again, Honorable Chair, there we had an issue around the budget, which was insufficient, but we can indicate now that it is fully funded now in the 2024-2025 financial year, and the work is continuing. And then the third one, still within Program 1, is the implementation of the approved business processes, which we couldn't necessarily implement because the implementation is actually a plan to take place in a number of years, 3 to 5 years, and with the budget cuts, then we couldn't do any implementation in the first year. And then the last one, which is the grants for children under the age of 1, which is the one target for core business that we couldn't realize, Honorable Chair. You can see that the target was 70%, but at the end of the reporting period, we have reported or recorded a 59%, which is 469,000 eligible children against their target of 794. And the main reason we are unable to realize this target is the limited applications that we receive within the space for this cohort group. And the high level, Honorable Chair, ends here. That's why I said the chair will guide if indeed I need to go through the details, because if you look at the table now, it actually gives details and also assist the members to understand, to say when you talk about active grants, we try and explain it here. When we talk about application processing, we try and explain it, so it's actually additional information for the members as well. But in terms of the target and in terms of how we progressed in the financial year, that information I have covered in the high level. If the chair agrees, then I can go straight to the CFO's part to deal with the finance and the audit outcome.
Okay, let me just give you some timelines to work with. But the dividing of the time among the team, I'm not going to take over that role. and also for you to use this assumption, because I'm using it, the assumption that the presentation was sent how many days ago, honourable members? Yeah. So you are presenting to honourable members who have received the presentation, and that means that they would have gone through it. And so I don't want to take over your job. So until, let me tell you now, until 10:40, we are now 10:03. I want you to have finished everything that SASSA has to say to us.
Okay.
The level of detail, I'm leaving it in your hands as well,
okay,
with those assumptions and that clarity on the basis of the portfolio committee having received the presentation ahead of time, for which we thank you as well.
No, thank you so much, Chair. The CEO.
That's a very good comment you are making, but the reason why I'm generous with time this side is so that we don't get questions that could have been answered in the presentation itself. Because I don't want both. I don't want a long presentation and long questions.
Yes.
I think we can cooperate with each other there. But go ahead. Thanks.
No, thank you so much. I'll give to the CFO because he's got two parts. Yes, he's got the finances and the audit outcomes as well, which he's going to deal with. CFO.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zwane. Thank you very much, and good morning, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members, Minister, CEOs, and DG. I will take the committee through the financial performance of the agency. Honourable Chair, this slide that we're on, it just gives a summary of the source of funding that we have received for the year 23-24, and with the bulk of that amount of 7.5 billion coming from the revenue fund through a transfer from the department. Next slide. The next slide, Honourable Chair, it just gives the economic classification of the budget, but also on the expenditure for the agency. You will see that under COE, compensation of employees, we have a 2% savings, and this as a result of some of the positions that were not filled by year end. You will see that we had a 6% savings under goods and services, which I will explain in the following slides. Of note, Chair, you will see that we gave a footnote to the committee members that we did some investments on the assets of the organization, especially with the cars and the ICT part, so that we can be able to have tools of trade to improve on the performance at the agency. The next slide, Honourable Chair, just give the split of the expenditure for the organization. The organizations run on two programs, Program 1 and Program 2. The bulk of the expenditure goes to Program 2, which is the core business, and there we spend 56%, and the 44% is for the administration, which is Program 1. On the next slide, Chair, it just gives only the details for the honourable members to see on the sub-programs that we are operating under, just explaining the same slide that I indicated on the split of the expenditure. Chair, I did indicate that I will be able to share the reasons for the savings, or in other instances, the underspending, which is found in the next slide. The next slide, one of the areas that we have seen a savings over the period is the issue of the handling fees, where we pay a service provider to be able to assist us with provision of infrastructure in communities where there's no infrastructure. And that is where we pay the post bank in that line. what we have seen and noticed over a period, we have had few people that were utilizing the two platforms with the access channel, which is over-the-counter services, and also the traditional cash pay points. And those were the two most expensive access channel. And in that instance, we have seen a savings. Also linked to that is that since 2022, we have not been able to reach a consensus between ourselves and Postbank on the fee structure, on the negotiation, because of the affordability and the cost structure that was required to support the work done by Postbank. And to date, we're still utilizing the service fees that were applicable in the year 2022, and that made us to have that savings. Another issue, Chair, was that we did not necessarily post the letters as we would have loved to for the review. We know that the regulations requires that we must send a registered letter for a person to present themselves. But over a period of time, we have seen that most of the letters come back undelivered because most of the people are no longer using the postage. And we are currently looking at other modalities to be able to engage at a very cost-effective level. The other area of saving is under ICT. Some of the contracts that we have with SITA are based on usage. So the lesser that you use the service, the lesser the cost, and that's where we have realized that saving. The other issue is that, yes, I think Mr. Zwan, when was presenting, it did indicate that some of the bids that we advertise, we could not conclude the process because of non-responsive bids. So the timelines that we planned to have a contract in place was affected by the non-responsive bids. Also, Chair, we have got the anti-fraud allocation that comes from the department. Currently, that model that we are using is the model of an in-source model where we use our SASSA officials to investigate. Previously, we used a cost-source model where you appoint a service provider while you are also using the internal capacity. Currently, we are working with the Department of Social Development with the coming in of the inspectorate. So that function of the investigation will be done more by an independent inspectorate, which is currently being capacitated by the department. So we could not commit on another new tender or agreement while we know that the department has already guided on that area. The last part is the issue of the cost containment or the guideline that we receive from Treasury that we need to be circumvent of the areas of spending. So the areas where we can control the costs, which include the travel, accommodation, flights, we have tried to put in measures to mitigate against it, and we have realized the savings. On the next slide, Chair, which is this slide, just indicate at a high level the interventions that we are currently doing for the year 24-25, just to really try to mitigate against any savings that we realize. And three things that comes in is number one, is that we have decided that we'll fast-track the implementation of the demand plan, which is all projects that have been budgeted for, and try to really mitigate and use the learnings of 23-24 for the non-responsive bids so that we can mitigate against it. The number two is that we have said that in the event that we get money from Treasury, which is normally we get around October this month of the retained surplus, we try to fast-track the implementation of the projects that are funded. And lastly is the issue of redeployment of projected savings, that timelessly we can make that decisions, and that will mitigate against any other issue. The next slide, Chair, which deals with the second part of my presentation, deals with what members will also be interested in, which is the audit outcome for the organization. This Chair, we thought that it's important that we just brief you of where we come from. That from the year 2013-14 to the year 23-24, you will see that we only had a qualified audit opinion in only 2 financial years. It is important because I need to brief the committee about the irregular expenditure, which has been the issue within the organization for some time. So in 2016-17 and 17-18, we received a qualified audit opinion, and the main reason was completeness of the irregular expenditure disclosed by the agency. On the next slide, Chair, gives a dashboard. So if you want to understand what is the performance of the agency in terms of the audit outcomes, this slide just gives you a snapshot of the areas of concern that we are dealing with. So on the financial statements, you could see that the color that is desired is a green. So the financial statements of the organization, there was no material adjustments on the financial statements that have been submitted. But I do concede that for the performance information, I think for the past 3 years we have been struggling, which is the areas that we need to really improve very much. And the other area that we need is the expenditure management, that you see that it's a very concerning area. And the main reason why the Auditor General did that, it's because of the 34.2 million that we disclosed as a regular expenditure. And that balance, you will see it in slide number 50 when I go that. And that areas is the contracts that expired, that we did not conclude the procurement process in time. And that is what made that color not to be green. And also on the issues of the consequence management. The rest of the other areas, you could see that they are green, that we are performing very well in that regard. In the next slide, Chair, I do want just to take the committee through on the 2 areas that made the purple color on the performance information. So there were 2 indicators that we could not satisfy the Auditor General on. The number 1 indicator had to do with the percentage of inquiries resolved within 5 days. So if you make an inquiry within SASSA, we should be able to resolve that inquiry within 5 days. There were 2 channels that we use, which became a problem during the audit. Number 1 is the channel which called walk-in. When you walk into a SASSA office, we do record when you come for an inquiry, so on a manual register. What the AG found, they went to test some of the manual registers, and they went into the system and they found that some of the recorded inquiries are not captured in the system. And then they said, well, then the information in the system is not complete. The second area was the issue of the telephonic call. So the AG wanted to match the number that was called together with the information captured in the system. So because we ran 2 parallel systems, we could not necessarily satisfy the audit in the way that they wanted it. So although we may have captured it, because when you get a call, we receive the call, we log it into the system. But the AG wants to know that whether all calls that have been called, we have logged them on the system. And that was the issue that we needed to validate. What we have done, and since then, and we're currently doing, Chair, is that we have taken a decision to decommission the manual registers in SASSA local offices, effective from the 1st of October. So when you come in for the inquiries, we're just going to capture your details in the system rather than to really capture it on the register and then later go and capture it again on the system. We'll only utilize the registers only for the purposes of when the system is down, then we can be able to upload that information later on. The second thing that we have done was to really, for the information that is contained in the registers for the period 1st April to the 30th of September, we'll be able to complete that capturing and validate that all that information has been captured on the system, just to assure the completeness. The third issue that we're doing currently is to review the system configuration, just to make sure that we can deal with the issue of the telephone and how to upload the information for completeness in this regard. And we should be able to really overturn this area by the time the Auditor General comes back in terms of the completeness. We are already having a long term in terms of the call center, integrated call center. It's what we are really going to be doing, but it will take a bit of time. But currently we'll do the mitigation manually and be able to overturn the outcome. On the next slide, Chair, you see that in the dashboard I did indicate about the consequence management that the AG raised an issue. 3 things that were in that area that we need to be dealing with and which affected that area. The one part of it is the issue of dealing with the cases that are coming from the fraud investigation. So they found that some of the cases, although investigated, they were not timeously reported to the police. So currently what we are doing, we have made sure that the cases that have been investigated, we check whether all those cases have been reported accordingly, those that needed to be reported to the police. Secondly, is that we're starting to pay attention to the disciplinary processes. If ever there are internal investigations around it, then we try to really put resources in that regard. The third element has to do with the issue of the irregular expenditure framework that requires that in event that National Treasury does not condone a regular expenditure, in terms of the framework, the accounting authority can consider to remove it from the register if satisfied that all steps were done accordingly. And that part is where we had a disagreement with the Auditor General on that process. So currently we're firming up and with the support of National Treasury so that it doesn't become an issue going forward. We have done, Chair, quickly on the next slide, just to indicate, because it's quite important that the committee evaluate whether the SASSA steps that are being taken are actually yielding results. And this actually shows whether or not our efforts are yielding the results. You will see that in 2016, 17, 17, 18, we had a qualified audit opinion. And that qualified audit opinion was only overturned in the year 18-19. But one thing that is significant in terms of 18-19 is that you will see that the irregular expenditure, the cumulative irregular expenditure, set at 1.8 billion in that year. And the main reason to overturn that qualification, what we needed to do was to review all contracts that were in SASSA in terms of whether all contracts that are in place were in compliance with the SCM processes. And that made the irregular expenditure to go up to 1.8 billion. So we employed about 3 main issues. One was to overturn the audit qualification, which we successfully did in 18-19 by fully disclosing the irregular expenditure, which went to 1.8 billion. The second thing that we did was to implement the measures to prevent new irregular expenditure. So you saw that the graph started to go down because of the prevention that was coming down. The third element that we dealt with was the area of consequence management and finalizing the balances that were there. So currently we moved from 1.8 billion and we closed the year with 75 million. So from 1.8 billion rand to 75 million. That's how far we have gone in resolving the issues of irregular expenditure. And the last slide, that which I will indicate, it will be the slide that will indicate the areas, yes, Chairperson, that we know that it might take time for us to reduce. It is in the next slide. The next slide is the fruitless and wasteful expenditure balance. So we decided just to share with the committee on why it may be difficult to really take the fruitless and wasteful expenditure down balances, because the balance that we have disclosed in the year 23-24 is linked to main 4 cases, and these are the cases that we are sharing with the committee. The 74 million that was paid to CPS, and this was part of the material irregularity that was identified by the AG. But what we have done, we have investigated the matters and the necessary steps were taken. And all information was submitted to the AG. That's the reason why the AG considered this matter as resolved. The only outstanding leg is the issue that this matter is with the liquidators of CPS. So we'll await the outcome of that. The other case that we looked at is about 3.5 million, which is about the VIP protection services that were offered there. Currently, this matter is before the court. and it's on appeal, and we'll await the appeal outcome for us to be able to know how to deal with that. The third case relates to the situation where SASSA has awarded a bid to the second highest bidder instead of the highest scoring bidder. But in that instance, this matter is also before the court. We'll await the court process. And the 1.4 on the cancellation of Gonzo event in the Western Cape, this is with the state attorney. We're receiving that. So if you were to take out these 4 cases, Chair, the balance of fruitless and wasteful expenditure will become less. I do need to indicate to the committee, Chair, that SASSA over the period had about 5 material irregularity cases. And in all the 5 cases that we have had, we have taken the necessary steps, investigation, taken disciplinary processes where we need to do, and we submitted that information, and we're doing this under the auspices of the Auditor General. And in all those 5 cases were resolved. We do not have any material irregularity in the books of SASSA as we report now, Honorable Chairperson. We also need to indicate that we had an issue of expired leases in the organization where we stayed in office accommodation where there was expired leases. I need to confirm that before the end of 23-24, we did resolve all cases of expired leases. We do not have any lease that is expired which is incurring irregular expenditure during the year 24-25. So that matter was resolved and worked with the Department of Public Works, and we also requested the minister to give us permission to test the market, and we worked together, and that matter was resolved. The amount that was disclosed for expired leases was 3.6 million as reported by the AG. But I can indicate that in 24-25, that expenditure will no longer be there. You will be able to see when we come, because we have already dealt with that area. This slide, Chair, we thought that we can just give you the balances of irregular expenditure, which is set at 34.2 million, which is what was incurred in the year 23-24, made materially by about 3 cases. In the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, you can see that for the whole year, what we have recorded as an agency of the 7.6 billion that we were administering is 53,000 rand. And that's all the balance that we have done. Next slide. Chair, we just here as SASSA just to recommend to the Portfolio Committee to consider the SASSA Annual Performance Report, the SASSA Annual Financial Statements, and the SASSA Audit Outcomes for the year 23-24. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Okay. You see, there are people that you say you have so much time, they don't drag everything until the minute that you gave them. Yeah. Yes. I appreciate this a lot. So thank you so much for these presentations. For me, they look comprehensive enough, and the amount of detail that we got in the presentation is matching the presentations that we received a few days ago. But before I hand over to the members for their comments and questions and everything in between, I would like to take this opportunity to invite the Honourable Minister to give us her overview, now given the presentations that have been made, before the honourable members ask their questions. They will have the benefit of having heard the overview of the Minister and the presentation of the agency. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson, the members of the Portfolio Committee, the ADG of Department of Social Development, the CEO of SASSA, the board of NTA, as well as the CEO
of NTA, our officials present here, good morning. Just want to begin by apologizing, Chair, for my voice. I'm attacked by a severe flu. However, I thought it's important for me to be here today for the fact that it seems like our PC meetings are sitting on Wednesdays, which majority of time that clashes with cabinet. I really want to apologize for that. It is beyond my control. However, I will forever put apology whenever that clash arises. I also want to apologize profusely to you, Chair, for coming in late in your meeting. This is your meeting. I knew exactly the time you said it will start, but I had some delays. My sincere apologies. Of course, Chair, it was going to be good if I would have presented before the entities presented, because I was to outline what was this that we're to do today, which is quite understood by yourselves and the committee as well as themselves. But I just needed to do some preamble, which I will not do it extensively because it's not so relevant. But I'll take it in the area where I'll just speak into it, because it is something now that is taking place, which, yes, Chair, it is understood. It is understood by yourself and the committee, because this is what we have been dealing with for the better part of the 7th administration. And this information and everything else you did also get for all other institutions that deal with oversight. I'm also not going to really bore you by articulating how much SASSA is managing, because already the CFO have got into details, and as such, I'm not going to get there. But
challenges that are obviously as a result of, at face value, the result we are getting, the reason we are getting is that was because of the migration from one car to another. This, when it happened, because I didn't expect it, when I was getting all these, and honorable members were getting all these messages, my first point of call was to contact the CEO, who sprang into action immediately. I want to believe that the extent of the problem was contained, but there still are people that did not get their money on the day they were supposed to get it. And when you know the situation in South Africa, the older persons are now parents or breadwinners that are providing for entire families. So the impact of that was felt widely in the country. But I want to say that the support and cooperation and responsiveness that I believe we experienced when this whole thing happened was, for me, appreciated a lot. But I think we all in this room still want these things not to happen. Because someone outside is saying this is the organization that was set by an act of parliament to do nothing else but pay grants. So grants must be paid on a date. And I don't see the slogan now. Where is the slogan? Paying the right person at the right time, njalo, or something like that. The person outside is expecting that to happen. And which is what I think is the driver, behind that slogan. But Honourable Minister and the CEO and CFO and ngiyeza ngizwile ukuthi uzwane, but kufanele ngikubize ngegama lomsebenzi owenzayo. Strategy, yes. Thank you so much for the presentation. Ngiyabaza abantu bakwaZwane phela ngibazi kahle. So I'm not going to ask all these questions because some of them, fortunately, were actually, as the presentations were ensuing, they were actually being responded to. So it means what Umangete didn't say, Chauke said, and I don't have his Tagazeliska Chauke, so I'm in trouble again. But I will hand over to the honourable members with just the line that says the presentation by the AG was concerning. Concerning because although the bulk of the targets were met, Mr. Zwane, although the bulk of the targets were met, but the impact of the targets that were not met was far-reaching. So then it makes this target to be huge because of the impact of it to the actual beneficiary or to the recipient or to the client of SASSA on the ground. That, for me, I have heard the presentations and I have heard the explanations that come with it, and I appreciate that. But my request will be, wake me up at any time of the day or night if you think that there is something that we can say to our constituencies that will make sure that people don't go to the door of Postbank and then not get their grant. That, for me, is an invitation I will extend at any time, that let us work together to make sure that people get information in good notice so that they don't spend money that they do not have. Go to the retail merchants and everywhere else where they get this money and not get it, because then it defeats the entire object of this people sitting in this room. if people are still saying, I didn't get my money or at a time when I have, when in so many years ago, there was an organization or an entity of government that was set up for precisely that point. So I will take and that, with that, I'm thanking you very much. Oh, sorry, the Honorable.
No, Chair, thank you very much. I really want to bring more information on your problems with Postbank. I want to confirm to say those are also our problems. And as such, when you got this experience a month ago, CEO, we quickly convened a meeting between ourselves, the Minister of Communication, Postbank, and the team. We met, we thought at the time we have to an extent resolved the matters. However, we got to realize that there are persistent and new ones that we are all not aware of. And now we are getting to go and meet with Reserve Bank, because we think now we must bring everybody to the table so that we look at the problem in their entirety, so that we get one solution at the same time. So this is what we are doing in line with what our challenge is between ourselves and Postbank, to an extent of saying, let now the Reserve Bank come to party so that we can understand exactly where the problem is and be able to embark on the penalties. But you can't do that in isolation of understanding what the broader problem is, so that together we can come up with a lasting solution. So I wanted just to assure the Chair that we are embarking on what took place 3 days or 4 days ago. Yes, CEO and her team was very prompt to respond. However, even in that, the system, as confidently informed myself and CEO, was not supposed to have affected the clients. However, as you are correctly saying, they were affected. Of course, on a minimum number, but minimum is too much for us, because one grant is 13 members family that are to benefit out of grant. So if one grant has not been processed on a day, it means 13 people have gone to bed hungry. So we understand it exactly that way. Hence, we're trying our best to get closer to the matter. I thought I must just take Chair into confidence and the members of the committee. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. We really appreciate that, that information. It helps a great deal. Honourable Munyai. Thank you. Honourable Zo, Honourable Masachase, all of us. Over to you. Because I see hands going up like this as I go. So, Honourable Munyai, over to you.
Thank you, esteemed Honourable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, esteemed Honourable Minister, Acting DG, CEO of SASSA and NDA, and the entire executive of or entire senior management. That's what I must say. No, first and foremost, I think, from where I stand, Chair, there's a progress. You know, before I comment, Minister, I was driving this morning, early, just driving on the middle of the traffic. There was a debate as to why public servant, I'm referring to the employee bureaucrat in government in general, they're leaving, joining the private sector. Why it is so? One of the issues that arose was that we, as the Portfolio Committee, we don't respect this professional who went to school. I'm not saying you didn't go to school, Chair. No. We don't respect. You know, we come across not respecting you, the official. It doesn't matter. I'm speaking, public service in general. We don't respect, and we come here, we humiliate you. We can't get our message across properly. I'm saying communication and communication. We can still get, Minister, getting the message across without being arrogant, without being disrespectful, and without being personal. And I'm saying that they leave public service, they go to private sector that treated this freedom of movement and so on, they can deliver much more on what they learned to do. That was the debate this morning on the radio whilst I was driving. And I thought, you know, in the spirit of trying to encourage, not to demoralize all of you that are in this room, to come and share with us the performance from the areas of your own work, which first and foremost, I welcome, Chairperson, the board presentation with respect to 2023-2024 financial annual performance report, and as well as the annual financial statement and the audit outcome. Firstly, I must say that we welcome the presentation. I was looking, as you reported, CFO, CEO, and the strategist there, that since 2019, you've been receiving let me say you've been improving the audit outcome by receiving unqualified audit, you know. And it's exciting that you have resolved all the issues, material findings or material issues that have been raised by the AGs. That will help us to close the chapter, Chairperson, the chapter of the sixth administration. Seamless transition now towards the seventh administration. As the minister from the first session, minister says this is a transitional budget. We are trying to close up the work of the sixth administration. So that is the first thing. I think we must welcome the improved audit outcome without reservation. We must do that. It's a good progress that we must record here. And one of the key issues that they spoke to, I'm saying that we must give advice. We must give advice. I'm taking the counsel from the radio conversation. We must give advice to those that presented a counsel such that they go and improve where there are weaknesses. But my first concrete recommendation before this portfolio committee, I welcome the minister's effort, Chairperson, to go and engage with various stakeholders, post-bank. I think the culprit here in the main is the post-bank. The AG, with respect to the post-bank, they say, AGSA said, there are officials within the post-bank that are paying themselves the grant that are due to go to the beneficiary. It's not me. This is not SASSA now. It is what? The post-bank. That's what the AG would have said. So I'm recommending that we need to request to support the effort of the minister by requesting the post-bank to come and appear here. While they issue their gold card and the black cards and so on, minister says one beneficiary is too much who didn't receive the grant. And we can sympathize with the beneficiary because we are on the side of the people. That's what we're here to represent. So I'm saying that I'm also pleased that there's audit action plan in place. So it's better that we receive that audit action plan so that we can follow through. And I'm saying that to pull through from 1.8 billion to 75, it's a quite, I saw the graph, it shows very little box at the end. And where they are coming, it seems to be mountainous and so on. So that is a good issues. But there's three content word, if not four, Minister, from SASSA and the department in general, communication and communication. At some point, when we see the good progress, either at the DSD level, Minister, and the SASSA, if we don't have a clear communication strategy, or if it is there and it's not practically being implemented, people will not know. You have raised that issue to say that we must up the end with respect to the communication. It's very important if you communicate, because if you don't communicate, those that are liars, they'll continue to, let me just quote Lenin for the first time. No, let me quote it as a good example, because people will say I'm accusing some people for saying they are liars. Lenin says, open quote, so many often lies told enough become the truth, close quote. You know, if some people, be it media, they're telling a lot of lies about these entities, about this department of DSD, the public end up believing that is the truth. So if you communicate proactively, you are closing those gaps. It's a recommendation, it's an advice. I've taken counsel this morning. So, and I'm very pleased that you have resolved the issues of the expired leases, and we further recommend or advise that I further recommend that the contract management systems must be up to standard. And further again advise internal controls have to be improved. I'm not going to repeat issues of communication and so on, because I've said much about it. And perhaps, you know, because I was reading again on the budget vote for the minister around the issues of the close, what you call close pay point, right? So you need an alternative systems, alternative solution. If that is the issue, maybe at some point, I will recommend that we must also do oversight to this area, just to confirm when they've closed, are they receiving the services that is due to them? And when I do, as you know, my recommendation, as when we go to do this oversight, we go to the most deep rural area, just to satisfy ourselves. But in final analysis, in long-term, Minister, as a transition, we have to leapfrog to issues of technology. And education, we understand some of our elders might not be able to know how to read and write, so there must be mechanism to also assist them. The issue of the face recognition technology can play a significant role to even a person that cannot read or write, to ensure that this is indeed relevant beneficiaries. I must say, Chairperson, that the statement, I think here we have seen the quality statement other than the others as of me statement. And I'm very happy, and I'm sure it's very difficult to please me, you know. I'm very happy that the CFO was able to explain the issues clearly, you know, how those issues has been handled. That has been flagged by the AGSA. That's very encouraging. And I'm sure, Chairperson, we should not have, as this is just a counsel again, we should not have repetitive findings as we transit to 7 administration in real terms. And Chairperson, lastly, I must say that we cannot significantly move forward if we do not overcome the persisting features or challenges of the post-bank, Minister. We can't move forward. Because if there's a leakages in the post-bank, it impact on our work and on our work as the collective. And it is my concrete final recommendation that we must subpoena them to Portfolio Committee so that these issues are closed up for once and for all. And we support the effort of the Minister to engage the other relevant stakeholders to resolve these issues. And I'm raising this issue, in the spirit and the content of the radio interview engagement today, to encourage you to go and do better for our people. Thank you.
Honorable Klong. Thank you, Honorable Munyai, for that.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Munyai has spoken a mouthful.
Morolo.
Chair, we welcome the report as presented by SASSA, and it goes without any doubt that credit must be given where it's due. SASSA have really improved. We must appreciate and applaud where positive performance and improvement have been made, such as the agency being able to fill 96% of its funded posts without, which was above 90% set targets. We also note, Chair, the 100% progress made to reduce cash pay points as part of improving the conditions in which beneficiaries are served. However, Chair, despite this notable progress, there are issues of concern such as inadequate internal control of grant payments, where we have a situation where grants are paid to ineligible beneficiaries. Such issues are particularly concerning as they are reoccurring audit findings. Further, Chair, as the agency rightfully presented, Chair, SASSA serves the most poor and vulnerable members of our society, and its shortcomings have a direct and negative impact of the lived experiences of South Africans. Therefore, Chair, it is crucial that SASSA conduct its business effectively and efficiently. Further, Chairperson, I have few questions to raise to SASSA. Considering the burden on the Independent Tribunal for Social Assistance Appeals to deal with appeals related to grants and the long response because of this, what strategies are being undertaken to address recurring issues coming before the tribunal? Second question, Chair, what is SASSA's approach to assessing the effectiveness of its training programs in the prevention of financial misconduct in supply chain management and procurement prescripts? The third question, Chair, how effective are current systems in the financial year as it relates to tracking and responding to beneficiaries' inquiries? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Klong. I just want to check, are you able to capture those questions as they come? Awesome. Honorable Abrams.
Thank you, Chairperson, and I appreciate the presentation, all protocol observed. Good afternoon, morning, Minister. Chairperson, that's not working. So, Chairperson, just a comment on the Post Bank. The Post Bank and SAPO's financial woes did not start in 2022 when this SLA agreement was signed. The writing was on the wall before that, and the department and SASSA still went ahead and signed that SLA. And we cautioned, there was caution to say that we are breathing trying to breathe life into a dead horse, and it's not going to work. So, we mustn't forget that SAPO and Postbank's financial troubles did not start then, and it is a failed SOE, and it's not going to be revived. And that then just brings me to slide number 20 in asking a significant amount of beneficiaries have now moved from SAPO into the Postbank, and how are we going to get now those beneficiaries in the big change happened, I think, at the beginning of this year. How are we going to move those beneficiaries onto the bank accounts? Because it's my understanding that we aren't going to go the CPS service provider route again. We're sticking with the bank accounts. So it's how we're getting the rest of those beneficiaries onto bank accounts, and then what are we going to do with the beneficiaries who will never ever open a bank account, because those beneficiaries are going to exist. So how are we going to support those, because they're going to be then even more vulnerable than the beneficiaries who are receiving their grants via the bank accounts. Then the AG's report and the CFO did speak about not reporting those fraud allegations of over 100,000 to SAPS. But now, is that the CFO's responsibility, the CEO's responsibility? And if so, then why wasn't it done? And perhaps in writing, perhaps you can give the committee a list of those cases and where they are and which ones have been reported to SAPS, and the reasons why the other ones have not been reported to SAPS as per the PRECA Act. Then also if the CFO can maybe tell us how we're going to address the hotel and non-show hotel and flights situation. And then, Chairperson, just on the issue of long queues at SASSA, which is ongoing. And in, I think it was July, a woman died in Bloemfontein while in a queue. September, a woman died in Limpopo in a queue. And yes, they all had underlying conditions, but the point is they die in SASSA queues. And people are still going to, I don't have any confidence that there'll be a person who maybe is not ever going to die in a SASSA queue at the rate that we go in now. And if we think about now this new queue management system, and I just need to understand, there are still queues. So is this new queue management system actually working? Because in the last question I asked about it, we're spending about 200,000 a pop, a startup, on these queue management systems, and then they need special paper, and then sometimes the paper's not available. And when I go to visit SASSA offices, it's literally just the security guard writing numbers on his piece of paper that he stamps with the date. And that, to me, is not what I envisioned the SASSA queue management system to be that we're spending this money on. And I just would also like to know if that queue management system has been implemented at Bellville and Khayelitsha, because I was recently at Khayelitsha. And Chairperson, the number of individuals that visit the Khayelitsha office is in excess of 400 people a day. And the entire basement is filled with people in Khayelitsha. And I know that it was said before that Khayelitsha was going to get their own new SASSA building, but I know space is a challenge in that area. So I also then would like to know if the Gov chat during COVID, there was an app. So now a lot of people have moved onto WhatsApp. Is that over application on WhatsApp still available to everybody? And then also, Chairperson, of the over 1.8 applications received received in total, how many of them are online? Because now we also need to understand if there's still persistent queues, is the online system, getting enough traction? Are people making use of the online system? Because everybody that I speak to with online, their difficulty is uploading the documents onto that online system. And then I would like to know then if they do their application online and they're having challenge because they don't have, they can't scan and they can't take a photo of their documents to upload, is there then a separate queue at SASSA where they can just go and drop off their documents if they've done their application online? Then, that was that. Then the AG spoke about the inquiries that's not being captured properly. And Chairperson, I must admit, I still don't think I understand it properly, because to me it then just sounds like somebody didn't do their job properly. So I still don't quite understand what went wrong there. But then the CFO said that now we then want to remove the manual registers, because maybe that was the problem. And to me, I'm thinking that if you remove the manual registers and you go in online and people are in the queue, when that system's offline and down, it's going to take longer and it's going to make our queues then longer. So I just don't understand how then removing the manual registers is going to be beneficial to address the age-old problem of long queues and people waiting forever in long queues. And yes, load shedding hasn't been around yet, but it might just come back, and then we're on a system with no manual registers. Chairperson, I also would like to know how much it's going to cost to replace SOCPEN with this, the new system that's being proposed, and what improvements that we can look forward to with this new system. And then the issue with the child support grant, and I read the SASSA's explanation that they've gone out to the Department of Health and engaging the women who have just given birth. But then my question is, has this not already been taking place, the engagements with women in public health facilities? And if it has been taking place, then how is it going to be? How is it going to be improved? So I just always assume that maybe that was taking place, but if it wasn't, then hopefully it will assist with the uptake. And then, slide 15 that took a deeper dive into the provinces that had low uptake with the child support grant. Just by looking at it, Chairperson, to me, Gauteng looks very low in their numbers. And I know it's a metro, but they also have a significant population size. So has SASSA then looked into those provinces that are perhaps lower than before, and then what interventions are taking place then? Then also, Chairperson, something that has been on my mind since the CEO mentioned it in one of our previous committee meetings, that individuals are taking advances on their grants via the banks. And I just would like, I think the CEO said that if they have a bank account, they can take an advance, they've been given a loan or advance on their incoming grant. And I just would like to understand, more about how that's working. Like, are the banks charging them interest? I understand it's better than them leaving their cards with a money lender and they've never seen their cards again, and it's a reputable financial institution. But I just like to understand, what happens if they take an advance and then come the next month they have no money? So I would like to know if that space is going to be regulated. It is their money once it leaves SASSA's bank account. And then, Chairperson, I'm almost done. If we can just get more elaboration on what the event was that was 1.4 Mikondoza in the Western Cape. What was that event actually supposed to be? And and I think the explanation has been given with the expired lease, but just, what date was that event planned for here in the Western Cape, and what was it supposed to be, what was it going to entail for 1.4 million rand? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Abrams. Over to you, Honourable.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to the department for the presentation. I think we really appreciate it. Sometimes it's just good to speak first, because all the people before you ask the questions that you wanted to ask.
Ask them again.
But what I wanted to ask is, what is the average process time for grant applications? I think I've got to answer, some of the people answered that, but what I wanted to ask is that I'm sitting with a lady who is going for SASSA. This is her 4th year that she's going. The first day, she get a grant for 6 months. They approve her for 6 months, and then it collapsed, and then she go for 12 months, and then it collapsed again. It's now her 4th year. Like I speak, it's collapsed this month as well. So this is her 4th year that she tried to get the SASSA grant permanent. I mean, this is going on for a long time of period. So by this time, you couldn't think that this one might have a big problem, or because why is she going every time for that? So that is why I'm asking, and what are the plans for the improving of grant distribution system in the future? And what type of social grants are available and who are qualified for them? Because most of some of the people did have jobs, but they still go and apply. Or they getting disability grant, like I said, for a few months. Some of the people is contract workers or something like that, or work on contract basis, and then they go apply for SASSA after that, but they failed because they can see, especially for the 370 grants, then they see there's something you get and then they decline. But then after 6 months, you're not working again because it was just a contract, say for 3 months or so. So if you just can answer that, and I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable de Bruin. Honourable Marais.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. I just want to say, I saw this morning that they're having the Department of Home Affairs and SASSA and Department of Health working together to register the babies. That was one of my proposals the last time when SASSA was here, because the person from SASSA office in Botshabelo, because Botshabelo is very vast, and they were saying they got halls and they got clinics, they can use those facilities, but they're having a problem because SASSA's not coming to the party. So it's very glad to see that SASSA came to the party. And I also would like to say gratitude for the slides that we have seen this morning. And I also want to say, they always say you must give praises when praises are due. Yeah? I want to say thank you to the CEO. I can write to her every time of the night or the day, and she will respond to me immediately. So I just feel having a communication to her, my things are coming through. I receive and I send it to her from a mother that was struggling for a year to get money for a newborn baby. And the newborn baby's money was taken by someone else, a baby's money. And the mother sent me a WhatsApp, SMS to say, thank you so much. For the first time, my child will be able to go buy his own Christmas clothes. And I want to say thank you to the CEO because she made it possible. It took us 1 month after she's been struggling for a whole year to get that money. 1 month, she got the money. So thank you so much, CEO. But let me come back to you.
Just like that.
You know what? I want to agree with what my colleague was just saying now. It's not nice talking last, you know. That's why my hand was up and Chair was just looking to the front there. Because I wanted to ask these questions, and I know it is going to be a repeat now, but I need to clear my mind also. Is that I have a problem when you look at the Aegis report and it says SASSA employees receive grant. And if you look at the biggest culprits, it's Eastern Cape and KZN, 17% and 19%. But the worst one is the grants payments to directors on CIPC. KZN, 26%, Eastern Cape, 17%. And then you look at the grant payment to deceased beneficiaries. KZN and Eastern Cape again, the highest, 22%, 20%. And then the Post Bank, from the place where I'm coming from, the Free State, 54.6%. The Post Bank employers are receiving grants. And that is for me alarming, because how can 54.6% from the post office receive grants while they are working? And that is a concern for me. This thing we need to discuss, and we need to come up with recommendations. How are we going to curb this thing? Because these monies are meant for the poorest of the poor. And then I want to come back and ask the same thing about your SASSA employees that is going to have this labor relation cases. The one that I'm concerned about, the withdrawal. Out of the 8 current ones, 29 was withdrawal. That is on the backlog. Why would you withdraw something when you had opened a case Is it because you got information to say that there isn't a case or something? But why withdraw a current case, you know? And then not guilty, you have 1 current and 10 in the backlog. If you are not guilty, why must it still be in the backlog? You are not guilty and you must be processed as not guilty. So that is a concern for me also. And I would like to say the queue management. I was on Friday, I was at Bloemfontein SASSA office. I was on Monday at Botsa Bellows office. I was on Tuesday in Tabanchu's office. And in Bloemfontein, the queue management worked perfectly, I must say. The only problem with Bloemfontein, they don't have enough space for all the people. The same with Botshabelo. Botshabelo's manager told me that apparently they're going to get a new office, they're not sure when, because people are standing in the rain. Bloemfontein, they can still put people like in by the sides, by the stoep and whatnot, because it's covered. Botshabelo and Tabanchu, there's no space for covering, nothing. And today we have a 34, tomorrow's 37 degrees in Bloemfontein and Free State. So we need to look at that. We need to look at accommodation from public works and to see where are we getting the best places. And I know this is a problem for all the offices. But, and then the other thing that I would like to understand is this on page, the one page on page 8, where they talk about the 18 million written off and then 14 million recovery. I don't understand that you recover 14% and then you write off 18%. What was the reasons for that? And I heard what the gentleman was saying that for this year they're not going to have anything. I have a problem with you make payment to accommodation where you no longer, the lease has long time expired. You had a thing of 3.6 million that you had this expired leave. And then 31.3 million for service providers without proper approval. 06 million purchase of goods without proper approvals. That is what is the Auditor General is saying, is that we need to curb these things of fruitful and wasteful expenditure. And then the biggest one that I'm worried about is the SASSA, the flights in the hotel, the same what Alexandre was saying, is that how do you miss the flight and how do you miss going to sleep in a hotel? Do you have Nyatsi in that same area and you go sleep with a Nyatsi and you forget about going to the hotel? I just want to understand that. No, because for me it's a problem. The last one I want to say is that the 38 million waiting for condonement, no? 37 million investigation in progress, 75 million delays in investigation into irregular expenditure. I heard what you were saying. I heard that you want to get rid of the 6th administration and you want to start a new chapter. I understand that. But these are the things that make us learn for the next time. When we have to do things, we need to do it properly. And I understand that you are having the biggest burden of the country on your soldiers, because you are the ones that is servicing the poorest of the poor. And I take my hat off for you, because it is not an easy task. But the post office is a concern. I was there, and I'm not going to tell you lies. I asked the manager there, it's a lady and a gentleman, they took me there. I said, can I speak to these people here? They said, yes. I had a meeting with the old people there, because all of them, it was full, it was noisy, because it was already the Friday, they got paid on the Wednesday, but the Friday they didn't have their money yet. They were complaining they had to lend money for 3 days to come to the office to come and hear what's going on. SASSA said there in front of everyone, it is not our problem, it's the post office. It is not just the post office problem, it's still SASSA's problem, because SASSA is the provider. And SASSA must give answers. So I asked them, can I speak to the people? I spoke to the people, I said, look here, can I give you advice? Open a bank account. I'm sorry if I did that. Open a bank account, because December, you're going to have the same problem, because you are transferring from the one card to the other card. It's going to be an issue, because the one is now busy in Mpumalanga with a trial period or whatever the case may be. So we're going to have the same problem like we had the previous year when it was December, people had to change cards from the gold. That is why they are still using the gold cards now, because they couldn't phase out the gold cards and people didn't get money. So I had a meeting with the old people. And some was very stubborn to say, but you know, the post bank is coming a long way. We're using the SASSA card and what. I said, guys, December, it is Christmas. you're going to struggle again. I'm not telling you which bank you must use. Use any bank you want to. Bring in the documentations to SASSA so that they can exchange your things. Because number one is Postbank, it is having a massive problems. Even if you're going to come in with the Dinges Bank, they are bankrupt. There's nothing you can do about it. And they're paying themselves before they're even paying the staff, the people. So I did that. I want to apologize for that, but I did it. I told the old people, go open yourself a bank account because you are not going to get any joy from Postbank. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Marie. My apology for not having looked at you. It has got nothing to do with the GNU. Honourable Tafeni.
Enkosi Chairperson, mandizibulisele ku-Minister and the Acting DG and all officials that are present here. I welcome the presentation from SASSA. Chairperson, on slide 8, dealing with achieved target on program 1, when it comes to social assistance debt, bids which lead to the strategy being developed early. Can you supply this committee with any evidence to that regards? And if yes, when can you do that? With regard to slide 29, dealing with reducing fraud in social assistance program and administration, should the situation not be to respond to fraud before the fact as opposed to after the fact, meaning that there should be proactive measure and system put in place to make sure that the fraud attempt falls flat at the initiative stage, be it with stall, SASSA card or whatever. So what proactive measures do you have in place to guard against fraud or potential fraud with SASSA? And also on slide 33, in regarding economic transformation, are you saying you only spent 106 million of budget on good and service against a total budget of 1711 billion on goods and service procured from women members of the youth and people with disability? Now we know that there is a high unemployment rate that affects a lot of youth in this country. So I would like to know which are these goods and services which were procured by members of our youth in South Africa, because the money paid for procurement is way too little when measures against the actual budget. So maybe our youth should be made aware of the goods and services which are needed by the agents to that they can solve into the procurement space and make a living for themselves. In AG, on slide 46, can we be finished with these legal opinions that told the agent it cannot win against its own officials who had made the agents to incur irregular expenditure? It sounds like they are untouchable, so we would like to see all these legal opinions and their sources, that is the law firm which conducted them, And I have this feeling that instead of complying with the recommendations of the AGSA, the agents will rather challenge them without or with legal basis. So over the past 2 financial years, on average, how often have you complied with the AGSA recommendations and implementation them? I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Tafeni. Looks like Honorable Abrams has another important point.
Apologies, Chairperson, I just forgot one thing. For the new financial year, is there any scope to increase the capacity of SASSA, especially the front-facing staffing component to deal with the queues? And then just to say, Chairperson, that wherever I go, communities are always asking to please bring SASSA closer to the people, like that was in the past, where they would have inquiries out of the community halls. And I know in some instances it does take place, but the problem there is always capacity of SASSA to come out to the communities. And I understand that some areas are are not all that safe, but if done correctly with law enforcement and the community leaders and the neighborhood watchers, you'll have the community's protection. If it's done correctly and to come out to the community, so they don't have to travel to the offices and stand in those long queues at 4 a.m. and 3 a.m. in the morning. Thank you, Chairperson.
Sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to find out from the minister, the 100 days has passed for the GNU. You were just talking about the GNU. So I just want to know how far is the minister with the acting positions that was acting the whole time, if there was any whatever. And then the last one, Chairperson, all the officers were just saying that the staff that they are having is not sufficient, because in Free State they have a lot of small rural areas and they must travel a lot, so they have this mobile where they move out. So when the mobile go to Wepener, Van Staden and all the places, they are less in the office because of the mobile clinics. And that is a problem that the Bantu, Botshabelo, all of them had the same problem of the staff, that is not enough when they have to move out. And when you look at the rural areas, Chairperson, the cash payment was better for the people because they didn't give money out of their pockets for taxes and all those things. Maybe we should look at something. I know we are moving away from that, but just for the rural areas where we have those problems. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, honourable members, for your questions, which I believe I did check earlier on if SASSA and the department were able to capture all those questions, and I was assured it is the case. So it is the time now for us to eat the pudding. Over to you, Minister, CEO, ADG, and the team. Thanks.
Oh, thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson, and I really want to appreciate the questions from the honourable members. Indeed, CEO and the team will take over on the detail. However, I want to assure the committee on the commitment I made with the vacant positions that are found in the department. I want to register a lot of progress that we have made, especially those funded posts. We have almost at the tail end of the advertisement of the DG. We have sifted towards the shortlisting in the position of the DDG for social welfare, as well as CFO. Only yesterday, we dealt with the social welfare as well as the CFO. We are quite in that road, Honourable Chair, but only for those that are funded. Only for those that are funded for this financial year. So we are on course into those, Honourable Chair. On the availability, as the Chair said earlier on the whip, the issue of the buildings and staff, we committed to say we will meet with the Department of Public Works as the custodian of that responsibility. We still have to meet with them, and as we'll get more from the CEO and the team on the availability of everything else. We are dealing with that matter. Yes, it's good to ask so that it does not escape our attention. It's quite important, as the honourable member is articulating, that people are standing outside, they are exposed in unbearable weather. We are on it. We will give that feedback in between, Honourable Chairperson, but with the vacant positions, we are on it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chair. I will respond to some of the issues, and the functional line managers will respond to others. Chair, on the issue of the health facility support, this is something that we didn't do in the past in terms of ensuring that we have our people in the health facilities providing that support together with Home Affairs that now sits in those offices. It's something that we are doing currently as part of Social Development Month, and we will continue to do, especially in those offices where you have a lot of mothers, and it becomes much easier. It will help us close the gap in terms of the 0 to 1, because in many instances, parents take time to actually come and apply for the grant. The issue of Gauteng and Western Cape, they are the areas where we found that the numbers are low. But the other thing that could be impacting is, over and above the fact that the mothers are working, is the fact that in terms of the threshold, it could be higher. It could be people that don't necessarily qualify. That's why I was saying it's better if we go to the hospital so that we can do the qualification there and see what it is that we can do to provide support. Ma'am asked the question about what programs some of the banks have put in place to try and help customers rather than them going to machonisas. It would be the decision of the client to get that facility because they would be banking with that particular bank. But I agree with ma'am that we need to monitor it to make sure that my understanding, because it's not like we have an agreement with them, is that they would give the client only 50% of what their grant would be. But it's key for us to monitor as to what the performance is. We always have engagements with the different banks that provide support to our different clients, including retailers, where we meet with them to say, this is what is going to happen this month, what is it that you can do to provide more support to our beneficiaries. And this has worked very well in terms of making sure that when there's challenges, we know how to resolve those. But I do agree with ma'am that we need to check as to whether this is tracking well. The issue of Khayelitsha, this has been very painful for us because Khayelitsha actually has the highest number of people that you find in Western Cape, and we've never been able to find offices in Khayelitsha. For the past 10 years, we've been promised. We used to share a building with a DSD. Unfortunately, we stopped having access to that building, and we've been engaging the council to see as to where can we find a facility. But we need a building of our own so that we can make sure that our people are taken proper care of. And we've engaged the Public Works to make sure that a building of our own is actually built in Khayelitsha. We lost one because of some contractual issues that happened, but now Public Works has agreed that they can go and find a piece of land for us to actually build our own property in Khayelitsha. But again, because it's so big, you would have to have a number of service centers also over and above a building that you would have. So that has been a huge challenge that we've had with Khayelitsha in particular. I will ask the CFO to respond to all the audit queries, issues that relate to that, and Brenton will respond to all the grant issues in terms of where we are. Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, CEO, Honorable Chair. We do take counsel that we received from Honorable Mnyai in terms of the areas that he has said that we should be able to look into. We have noted that particular area. Honorable Tlong has asked the question about what has been our strategy to deal with the training on SCM officials to prevent the future occurrence of unwanted expenditures. Our approach as an entity, we do take the audit report and look at the risk element and which areas of concerns the AG has raised. In the past, you will see that most of the areas that came was the compliance with the CIDB Act when we were procuring for infrastructure. We did request the CIDB to come and do the training. And when we identified that there was a problem to comply with the local content, we requested the DTI to come and do the training. When we saw that there's a bit of a problem with the general compliance with the SCM, we arranged a training for all the SCM officials and all the senior management in the organization to be trained by National Treasury. So we arranged that training. When it comes to the internal procedures, we do it ourselves through the Office of the General Manager for Supply Chain Management in terms of the compliance in regard. In our approach for the training, we looked at about 3 broad areas. The one area that we looked at is the issue of the risk management, what the risk is being picked up. The second part, we looked at the audit, both the internal audit report and the external audit report, to look at what is the finding. The other issue is about the emerging environment. Like in finance, there could be some sort of other legislation that is coming or within grant administration that's coming. So that has been the approach, apart from the external training that we arrange in that regard. We also received a question that deals with the issue of how to deal with the hotels and no-show. Honorable Chair, there are 2 broad categories, although they seem to be more similar, but they dealt with differently. If I were to be booked a flight that comes to Cape Town and I fall sick on the day I need to travel, it means that I will not be able to travel. But in that instance, the organization will suffer a loss. But will I have prevented it? No, I will not have been able to prevent it because I felt sick and I had no control over my health. Although you will record it as a loss, you will not record it as a fruitless and wasteful expenditure, on the basis that fruitless and wasteful expenditure must meet 2 main criteria. One, it must be unavoidable. It must be unavoidable. And the other one must be an issue that it was done at a loss. So the fact that certain circumstances may happen, and that will happen even in the accommodation, that it may happen that a person does not take accommodation, not because the person deliberately didn't do. And in that instance, then you'll account for that as a loss. In event that an official did not do or did not take cognizance of it, then you may find that you will have to recover from that official. Just like we have this sitting, if my flight was to be booked at 3 o'clock and this sitting goes longer, I can't walk out of it. Okay, so I will have to make sure. I just have to make sure that I buy. So that at that particular point, I have to explain to the CEO why I could not necessarily take my flight at the time that was done. And the CEO may make a discretion at the time that will absorb as a loss, but it is not deliberate in that regard. So that's how we deal with it. So if you look in terms of SASSA, I want to say that for the year 23-24, it's only 53,000 of these cases that are fruitless and wasteful. In that instance, once I classify that, it must go to the loss committee, where the committee must adjudicate the case, and where the official has been found wanting, we need to recover that money back to the fiscus. There was a question that was asked by a clarity about Honorable Mare and this has to do with the debtors. To say the 14 million and the 18 million, and what is the story about it. The first approach is to recover whatever is owed to the agency. But it does happen that we are unable to recover. So the 14 million is when we wrote letters, we called people, and they came and pay and recover. The 80 million has to do with the cases that we are unable to recover. What we have found, Honorable Mare, is that in other instances, some of the people that owe us money are the people that we are paying them the 370 grant. So you pay the person the 370 grant and phone the same person and say that you're owing me, pay me back. And these are the situations that the country finds itself. And we also have people that currently are in receipt of the child support grant. So you cannot take the money from the child support grant because that money is not for the person, it is for the child. So in that instance, we'll have to look at that person. And if a person say, I'm unemployed, there is nothing that you will do because the person can't pay you, has no ability and capacity to pay you. In that instance, we'll write to the Department of Social Development to consider those cases and say the person is unemployed, we're asking it to be written off at this particular point. So the 18 million has to do with those circumstances, but other people pass on, and they pass on without any estate. So even if you were to really go back and check whether the person is leaving anything behind, there's nothing that the person is leaving. And therefore, at that kind of situation, you will write it off. Or you have an issue of that it's uneconomical to recover, where the cost of running a legal process to recover the money outweighs the amount that is owed to you. So at that particular point, you will not be able to use your legal processes to pursue that money. You will be able to really count it as a loss. So those are the circumstances, and this is linked to what Honorable Tafeni has raised, the issue of the social debts and the 5%, whether who and how this arises. The debtors, they arise in various fashion. You will know that when we apply for a grant, the person applies for a grant, we give a grant to a primary caregiver, not to a parent. So children do move hands. So one day, this person is the person that applied and said that this child is being taken care of by me. Later on, you discover after a year that actually the child moved the hand when another person came and complained and said, I've been sitting with this person, it's me who's supposed to get the grant. When you investigate, you find that the person has been using the money for the child and not passing that. In that instance, the person that received the money, not for the interest of the child, we need to recover that money. The other issue is the issue of death. So what we do, we keep the payment towards the last time of the month, but we do not pay in the month that the grant is due. So like now, you have already paid the October month payments, starting actually with the payment file that we did and cut it off in September. So there's about 2-3 days lag at that particular point. So if a person dies at that particular point, we'll only come to know later on when the Home Affairs registers the death that person passed on. So that money was supposed to be recovered in that instance. And there are elements of fraud. I think we have reported that there are elements that we're investigating in relation to fraud. Why the 5% that we have done an analysis in 2014-15, what we did as just an empowerment kind of an investigation. We appointed people to visit people, physically visit people in that year. And we found that only 80% of the people that we visited actually were not recoverable, and about 20% was coming to be recoverable. And that included the public servants at the time. So the 5% was looked at the reasonability of what can be collectible under the circumstances. I think you see the unemployment rate, where is it? So people can pay you when they afford to pay you back. But if they are unable to, then it takes that time. There is also a question that was asked by Honorable Tafeni about the issue of this issue of empowerment, what kind of goods and services are we giving to the youth or procuring from the youth? We procure goods and services from the youth, any kind of goods and services. What the difference is that when you set a target in terms of the empowerment, there are a few considerations that you make. One is that 3.6 billion of SASSA's budget goes to employees. So that is the first thing. So you can't target any from that particular portfolio. The second issue is that if you look at SASSA's budget, about R1 billion goes to a contract between ourselves and Post Bank, so you cannot be able to use it as a target. Then there is also about 400 million that goes to bank charges. You can't use it as a target. So you'll have to really take out of all the other elements where you cannot target, because that is completely outside the organization. And whatever remains is what you will be procuring as goods and services, and that is the target that comes in. So the target is linked to the procurement processes that we can be able to have control of by taking out what is already contracted, because if you're already running a contract, you can't target that contract. You will only target for that contract when you replenish it. In terms of the initiative of the empowerment, what we are currently doing, we use the 80-10 and the 90-10 and 80-20 principle, where the 20% and the 10% can be used for specific goals to empower women and youth in that regard. So that's what we use to set the target. Currently, we are reviewing our SCM policy and also our methods of targeting. Part of what is coming in terms of the new legislation is what we call the set aside. So previously, you were not allowed to set anything aside. You couldn't say, I'm taking this and only these people will bid. But now the new legislation is emerging that Treasury is making that at least to happen within the entities. And that's what we'll be able to deal with. I hope I've covered anything relating to the finances.
Mr. Matlang, can you talk to the issue of the replacement of SOCPEN and where we are and what it is that we're going to do? And then Brenton will talk to the issues related to grants, particularly with regards to the 370 and why and how we ended up giving people that were ineligible grants when we started with 350. Thanks.
Thank you very much, CEO and Chairperson, Minister, and the members and colleagues. The issue of replacement of SOCPEN, just a brief background is that SOCPEN has been a solid mainframe technology database that we've been using for the longest of time. It has carried us through up to this time, mostly without failure. However, it is no longer scalable in terms of including additional business requirements as we evolve. Therefore, as the main engine of grant the database, we have decided that we'll do it in phases. Phase 1, which will cost us 3 million, is a development of the proposed architecture for roadmap of how we replace it. I don't foresee a day when we will totally throw away SOCPEN. We'll use it as an archive solution, but the front end is being developed as we speak now. So the mainframe technology replacement in the form of SOCPEN will be preceded by the 3 million investment in the development of the roadmap and phases of migration of the processes that are currently engine ruled within the SOCPEN. There was also a question, CEO, if I can, with regard to the biometrics. We are rolling out biometrics. We had just a bit of a snag with regard to continuation of training, with regard to a rollout of biometrics, and this includes facial recognition. However, in terms of trying to assist the people that wants to use our online services for fraud prevention purposes, we implemented what we call electronic Know Your Customer, EKYC, which seeks to fetch a person's image from the population register. We have had some problems with people that do not have smartphones, but we have now rolled out some kiosk services whereby people can be marshaled, queue-marshaled by our officers, whereby they can be able to be assisted to use the online system to do the application. But the EKYC itself actually seeks to combat fraud, because a person has to verify themselves biometrically through facial recognition technology. And that has been what we're trying to do in combination with actual, old way that we're using to fingerprint, confirmation or validation via the Department of Home Affairs. And lastly, we are aware that the access of the online grant application is data dependent. We are rolling out many offices of SASSA to be Wi-Fi hotspots, whereby our people can actually, in close proximity of SASSA offices, even after hours, be able to access services and inquiries that are listed on the menu of SASSA. So that is the brief background I can give and response to the questions that were raised with regard to queue management, online grant application, and the biometrics. Thank you.
Brenton.
Good afternoon, Honourable Chairperson, members, Minister, colleagues.
It's 10 minutes to afternoon.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning. On the QMS question, the QMS system itself doesn't necessarily reduce the queues in a local office, but the aim there is, to be able to give the local office manager and the team leaders information about who's in the queue, and why they're in the queue, and then enable them to then channel people to the right resources and try and bring, for example, if there's more people on the application side, they can then open more desks and try and manage applications, which is the longest process in the queues, and channel people who are there for inquiries, which are a shorter process, maybe into express queues. But that's also a learning curve for our staff as well to do that. The QMS is not rolled out in all offices as yet. I think we have about 80 offices, almost 90 offices that we have QMS. But this year we have made a commitment to roll it out. We've made resources available to every single local office to be able to roll out the system by the end of the financial year. But together with that, there's other initiatives as well. So we also made resources available for every local office to have kiosks in place, which is a self-help kiosk or an assisted help kiosk. And then in some the bigger local offices where they have boardrooms as well, we've also implementing initiatives where they would help a group of people. So you'd get a group of people around and you'd give them the sort of the laptop, and you'd help them then to do their own online applications. It's also part of training people how to do online applications. But in that way, you get one person to help, say, 10 people at the same time, whereas a normal face-to-face is one-on-one, and it goes quite slowly. So those are the types of initiatives we're testing out to try and reduce the queues in the local offices. Fortunately, the online system is not that well adopted at the moment. We don't see many applications coming through on it, but we've also not been marketing it that aggressively because we still do have challenges on the online for the normal grants, not the SRD grant. We still do have challenges on the online system. So before we go on an active campaign to market the online system, we want to make 100% sure that it works well and that it meets the beneficiaries' requirements, as the Honourable Member mentioned. The uploading of documents, etc., is still a challenge. We note the suggestion that SASSA should also use or allow people to drop documents off. We'll have to think around how we could make that work because we're still running on 2 systems, and we just need to make sure the documents don't get lost, and that we can integrate these processes. And another challenge with the online system is we can't deliver one-day turnarounds. I forgot which honourable member, I think it's Honourable De Bruin, asked the question, how quickly do we turn around grant applications? Our target is 10 days, but in the vast majority of instances, especially in a local office, we turn around in 1 day. So you'd come in, and by the time you leave, you'd have an answer. For most cases, you'd have an answer whether your grant's approved or not. That then does discourage people from using the online or the kiosks or any of the other methods, because the information first has to go to the back end and then come forward again to the front end. There we can't turn around. We can't give that quick turnaround on a grant application. So a person often prefers to just sit in the queue because they know at the end of the day I'm going to get an answer to my application, as opposed to putting it into an online application and then you might only get an answer in 10 days or so. So those are the kinds of things we need to bring or align better to try and promote the online environment. We have to be able to meet the same standards there. Otherwise, we're going to persistently have the long queues. On the issue of inquiries, so we've been having persistent challenges around our inquiries, and the question around if removing the manual register. So one of the audit queries is because we have the manual system and we have the online system, not the system, the computer system that we capture the queries, and sometimes officials use the manual system and then they don't go and capture it on our official, the ICAS system that we use, and that then results in the audit queries that we've been having. So the idea is to use one system, so that we're not having these fragmented systems all over the place and then you're missing information. And then, the age is right, because then it raises the queries around, are you dealing with inquiries properly if you can't report on them properly? But the manual registers will still be, so the instruction we put out to staff was to say, you must use the systems we have put in place, the digital systems we put in place to capture your inquiries, and only when you're offline, which is not that often these days because we're not having that much load shedding, but only when you're offline, then you use the manual system, and you must make sure that at the end, when you're back online, that you capture everything again on the ICAS system, so that we don't have these gaps. With regards to the community outreaches, we still do have them, just not as much as we used to have in the past, mainly as a result of resource constraints. But we are very open to discussions with communities to see where we can improve and if there's a need to go to a particular area. I know in the Western Cape, for example, and maybe Annelies can talk a bit more about that, there has been some positive engagements as well with the local government around safety and providing those types of security and services, and buildings as well. Sometimes that's also the challenge to get the walls and so forth. So I know, so in Western Cape particularly, there has been some progress around that. Then on the issue around, I think it was Honourable De Bruin asked the question around the disability grant, and then also just a question around grants, which grants are available. I think, Honourable Chair, maybe we could provide just for the portfolio committee as a whole, just the, otherwise it's going to take me a long time to go through all the grants and the qualifying criteria. We can provide something to the portfolio committee on all the grants and the different qualifying criteria for those grants. But the disability grant largely depends on a medical assessment, and whether or not it's temporary or permanent depends on how the particular doctor assesses that grant. A lot of the temporary grants are based on, are temporary because often it's a medical condition, and the doctors are of the view that, if the person is taking their medication, etc., they would improve, their condition would improve over time. And so they often don't necessarily put people onto a permanent grant. But that does also then, it's more of a policy question, because it does create challenges because people are also poor, and that note, so they often might not necessarily take the medication, so that they don't necessarily get better, and they can reapply for the grant. And so we do need to also look from a policy perspective how one provides maybe an illness benefit or something like that to better provide care and employment, income support in this particular case. And then Honourable Marais raised the issues around the ineligible beneficiaries. When you look at the percentages, 54% in the Free State of post-bank clients, but it's 54% of 11 clients. So it's 6 people in the Free State. I know 6 is a lot, but it's not 54% of post-bank officials receiving grant. It's 6 people in the Free State receiving a social grant. We have improved quite a lot in this particular area. So, for example, if you look at the CATS findings, which is the sort of database checks that the AG does, a couple of years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, there was about 150 odd public servants that was reported as receiving grants. If you look at the current test that they've done, there's 300. So that numbers have also come down significantly over time. The CIPC is a new database. The AG just got access to it this year. We don't have access to it yet, but they have now shared that with us. So we are running the reviews on that, on those databases as well now as they've shared it. But we're also looking at a different way of doing this. Instead of trying to get the databases, what we've learned from the success on the SRD grant, where we check bank accounts of clients directly, we think we're now trying to implement that approach, and we've concluded a contract with banks. So we concluded a tender with banks, and the contracts will be signed by the end of December, where we will then also use the banking details for all our other grants, which would be for us a more real-time check on whether or not people should qualify or not. The CIPC database is a tricky one because it's not necessarily saying, because you're checking a company, you're not checking an individual. All you're doing is you're checking this company got money, and this person is the director of the company. So linking the two becomes difficult, and hence you have to call the person in, you have to ask them to declare their bank statements. They don't always give you all their bank statements. People often have multiple bank statements. And that's why we think, we're going to rather, instead of going this way that the AG is going, we're going to rather prefer to go the banking route, which solved all of our MI problems, for example, that we had on the SRD grant when we did that. I think that's all the questions, CEO.
Thank you, Brenton. Chair, I think I need to also respond to, and if Eva is here, she will elaborate on the proactive measures that we need to put in place to make sure that fraud is detected. Many a times when an applicant comes to us, they would do an affidavit, they would give us the documentation. But our people sometimes bear tabalas, and they will give us wrong information. So what becomes important is for us not to rely on information from the client, but to go and check in your bank account, like we do with 370. With 370, we don't rely on you. We go and check. That's why we get into trouble and people get angry, because we go and check in the bank account. And we're working on systems to ensure that we go to all these different areas and get integrated with all other government departments. And the presidency is working on a big project to look at integration, because for us to come and ask for information and then validate, it takes time in terms of us verifying that information. And if we actually rely on the client, they'll tell us what they tell us. They'll come with bank statements from one bank, yet they know that they've got money in another bank account. Hence, the issue of technology becomes of critical importance, so that we can make sure that we verify the information on live information, not information that will come after days, because then it becomes a huge challenge. And that will also close the gap with regards to the debtors, because the debtors also have to do with the fact that the person came and was a wrong person and shouldn't have come. We do investigation, we find that it was fraudulent. Then we need to go and collect the money, and we find that the person doesn't have the money to pay us back, and then it just increases the size of the debtors book, and a DSD then gets into trouble in terms of us not managing that. So the key is for us to close the door so that fraud doesn't happen in terms of entry into the system. Then we'll make sure that the debtors book doesn't continue to grow. Paseka wanted to talk to the issue of communication, which the minister has also raised sharply, and I think the key is for us to also find alternative methods of communicating. Chair was talking about TikTok the other day. So we need to talk to our people in the platforms that they feel comfortable in, and make sure that they are the ones that become the voice. Paseka, I don't know what you want to raise. Go ahead.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. We do take counsel from Honorable Munyawi. I think earlier on he raised the issue that if you don't communicate, someone else will communicate on your behalf. We can assure Honorable Munyawi that we do have the communication strategy. We have agreed as management that all what we need to do is to make sure that there's an availability of funding, which I think ourselves and the accounting authority would be meeting next week to make sure that we roll it out. Because, Honorable Chair, it doesn't make sense for me to go and communicate in the deep rural areas of KZN in English. I would be simply wasting the state resources. We need to make sure that we communicate with the language that people understand. Having said that, Chairperson, I would want to ask Honorable Munyawi to perhaps tell us the radio station that he was listening to. The station has managed to soften the blows this morning. I'm so happy.
Radio Munyawi. Lastly, on a lighter note, he looked at Balazas.
Can I just chair this meeting? Right. No, go ahead.
In instances when people are poor and they are looking for alternatives, they may sometimes think that by defrauding the system, you actually, because you are unemployed and you know that you don't qualify for a grant, you then give wrong information so that you can access rights that you don't have. And once we then discover you, that's then when we actually demand government money back. I'm not sure if I've explained it properly, Chair.
Should I take it that you are done, Sasa?
Yes, Chair, I think we've answered all, we've responded to all the questions. Thanks.
Honorable Murray doesn't agree.
No, I want to say thank you very much for Sasa. I just received an email and I said it was sent to the portfolio committee, and I see everyone's name is here. The lady is very desperate. She's asking, is there anyone that can help her? She's having an NPO to re-register a constitution. I don't know if you see, but I see her name is also on this email. Everyone got the email because she's the people that is donating organs. The people that is donating organs, they've been established in 1999, but they just want to renew their constitution. Look like they have new members or something like that. They just know where must they go because they've been calling everyone and no one is assisting them.
Okay, I think we can handle that as we handle all the other queries. But I have my doubts about this email. But thank you so much to Sasa. Honorable members, I have a big question to ask you. I have my idea, I have my opinion at the back of my mind, but we are at a stage where had we gone according to the timelines of the agenda, we would be going for lunch. But now we are an hour early, and NDA is here, and they have been here since this beginning of this time. Can we not use this hour to go ahead with the NDA so that if we are stuck on the way, we can then at that time review our process? I would like, I see that the members are agreeing with me. So what instead of that, what I believe we need to do is just a 5-minute sort of thing so that the presenters can come where they can present, and then we will take over from there. Thanks. Okay, honorable members. There. No. Honorable Chair, honorable members, can we settle down so that we can continue with our meeting? I would like to take this opportunity to again welcome the National Development Agency, led by the chairperson of the agency. I don't know, chairperson, I will just hand over to you, and then you can, within the agency, the team, you can do your presentation the way you planned it. It is over to you, but you are welcome, and thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Social Development, Honorable Minister, Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. I am with the acting CEO, Mr. Magongo, who is leading the executive management. The board is represented by myself and the chairperson of the HR&R committee. And the reason for that is that for the two members to come is that most of the issues that we are going to be dealing with today are centered around HR&R capacity in our organization. We appreciate the opportunity to appear in front of the Portfolio Committee and take guidance. We think that the NDA is a very important organization which requires support, the necessary support. I just want to be upfront to say that we feel like we are an illegitimate child. In a sense that the NDA has for 3 years not had a CEO, and that is painful. I'm not going to go into details. I'm going to allow your meeting to continue, and then I would appreciate a situation where we can be given an opportunity to pour our hearts out, how we feel at the moment in terms of the support, which we think that the Portfolio Committee could have given the NDA long before this administration. Thank you very much.
Through you, Chair, I'm not sure whether it's clear. We are presenting our 2023-2024 annual report, which has got two parts in it. The first one is the performance information report, annual report, and the annual financial statement.
Sorry, Mr. Makongo, I'm so sorry to do this to you. I'm trying in my mind to find out if the minister would like to say anything about this, comment that has been made by the chairperson of the NDA, because it is. I don't think that it's something that we can just say next, to. Thank you, Honourable Minister. I'm sorry to just.
No, I should thank you, Chair, for the opportunity for me to really take the responsibility and take you into confidence as the minister where NTA is supposed to be accountable to as part of my responsibility. I wish to put it here, Chair, that coming into the office, I found NDA in not so good shape. I found NDA when it was in a process to appoint its CEO. However, I am not the one who appoints the CEO, but the cabinet does. In my joining the department, the cabinet did not accept the CAP memo that was presented by the former minister, meaning that I had to start to look at the matter as a new minister and follow through on what needs to be done. And this is where I am at the present moment. However, I must say, as I already alluded to the fact that we last met with the board in the last meeting we interacted into. And there's never interaction in between, which I must accept and apologize that I've abdicated my responsibility in this regard. And I'll take it upon myself to make sure that I bring NTA closely, to make sure that it has been the first time I interacted with it. It is one of the entities that I felt very strong that it really was not in a good shape financially and its mandate. I can say so. However, there are processes to follow because in 100 days, as honorable members were saying, I've been interacting with them not once, not twice, for me to get to understand on exactly what the NTA is, what is it existing for, is it in fact able to meet its mandate, for me to be able to conclude, to say what then must happen. However, maybe the chair might be making this cry because the CEO, the acting CEO's time has come to pass. I haven't received anything from the board. Maybe I'll have to take my own initiative and follow that. It should not be a problem. Hence, I must apologize, Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honourable Minister. I did feel like it's a huge matter, and I also need to protect the committee from the fact that when you have an entity that says that they feel like they are an illegitimate child because you haven't looked after them, you can't dismiss that. You have to, in the given little time that you have, to just bring things to where I believe they are now. And I will obviously be working with the minister to find out and identify the gaps where we as the portfolio committee have not, although the chairperson did say that it was the previous committee, which I happen to have been in as well, but so it's something that, as you can hear, Honourable Chair, that it is receiving attention. Obviously, when the minister says this in this platform, then it means that it is receiving attention, and of course, mine is to follow up on all that with the minister. As urgently as possible. I believe that with that we can now then say to Mr. Makongo, please take us through your presentation. thank you for your indulgence. Thanks.
Good morning, Chair of the Portfolio Committee. Is it not morning? Afternoon? Yeah. Well, inside it doesn't look like. Good morning, Chair of the Portfolio. Good afternoon, Chair of the Portfolio Committee, the Minister of the Department of Social Development, the Chair of the NDA Board, and Board Member, and ADG and colleagues. We'll be presenting our 2023-24 annual report to the Portfolio Committee. And Mr. Marula will take us through the performance information report component, and Mr. Shingange, our acting CFO, will take us through the financial component. But just before we start, maybe two things that I would want to present to the Portfolio Committee Chair around the annual report. One, the audit outcome of the 2023-24 NDA annual report regressed from a clean audit to a unqualified audit with findings as the first instance. And the circumstances around that, I think, are part of the things that the chairperson has raised. The instability in the institution leadership, which has been creating an environment within which it's very difficult to actually maintain a posture that you can definitively know what's going to happen tomorrow. The second one relates to staff in the financial component of the institution that left in droves and numbers because of these uncertainties, that left us towards the end of the last financial year with only one senior person in the finance area for a period of 6 months. And the regression, if you look at it, is actually triggered by that. The regression that we got in the performance information is because of these uncertainties that you have CEOs changing almost on year to year, hoping that the real CFO with CEO will come. And we are here 3 years down the line, it hasn't happened. I just want to admit upfront that there's been a regression, and the regression is caused by the instability that has really been with the institution for almost 5 years, to be honest, because the board, we didn't have a board for 2 years prior to that. So that's the kind of institution we have. It has this outcome at this point and at this time. And Morule will take us through the presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, members, Minister, and colleagues. I think, as accordingly announced by the acting CEO, Ntate Magongo, we are going to divide this presentation into two. And the first aspect will be dealt with by myself, focusing on the audited annual performance report. And the second aspect will be dealt with by the acting CFO, Mr. Shingange, focusing on the audited annual financial statement. In terms of the background and performance review underpinning the performance information is that we have had from Q1 right to Q4 just a steady rise of performance, where we started at 47% the total KPIs that we have for that particular quarter, we had a total of 21 targets, and we are sitting at 47% by quarter one. By the end of the financial year, we were able to achieve a total of 17 out of 21 targets, which constitutes 81%. And there's 4 targets, therefore, that we did not achieve, Chair and members. And these 4 targets is 1 in Program 1, 2 in Program 2, and 1 in Program 3. And I'll go into the details of the specific reasons for deviation in respect of each of the indicators that we did not do well in. Our trend of performance, first on a 5-year basis, is that we started at 64% and steadily rose to 83%. And by the end of the financial year, which is under review, we're sitting at 84%, as I have already said. So there has been a steady rise in performance and achievement of targets over a period of 5 years. And in particular, I've already spoken to the performance outlook for 23-24, where we're sitting at 47%, 57, 67, 71. And by the end of the financial year, the total aggregate performance was sitting at 81%. So I'm going to go to the specifics of what constitutes this 81% achieved targets and the 19% targets that were not achieved, which is 4 targets, as I've already said. The first target, we've got 3 programs in the NDA. The first one is governance and administration, Program 1. And I'm going to just present the 9 targets that are sitting in that particular program. Out of the 9, only 1 was not achieved. And it is this very first target that I'm looking at. It's the percentage of cumulative IFW expenditure submitted for condonation. And this is submission to primarily National Treasury. And in some cases, we would have a condonation by the accounting authority in cases where the policies that have been transgressed are internal policies. But in many instances, these are National Treasury PFM-related policies that have been transgressed that resulted in irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. And over the years, Chair and members, we've had this indicator within our radar where there was quite a drastic reduction of irregular expenditure from about 180 million, just close to 200 million, which was drastically reduced by 100 million or so, where in this financial year under review, we're sitting at 77 million. And out of the 77 million, there are 2 major cases which were under review at different levels as provided for by the irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure framework. We have gone through a number of different processes, and we are at a process of finalizing consequence management in relation to these 2 particular cases, which amount to 50 million. So once these are duly taken care of, we can then be able to apply to National Treasury for condonation, which will then result in the performance in the irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure amount in our books, reducing quite drastically to 17 million once we have fully dealt with this particular 50 million. And as I say, that it is under consideration by management, and I think at a point in the future when they will stand in respect of this, such in the form of reports that we constantly make to the portfolio committee, we shall duly do so. We are sitting at 22.8%. We were sitting at 22.8% by the end of the financial year. Having dealt with there are a number of historical IFW expenditure that are sitting in our books that we could easily deal with. And these particular 2 cases were quite lengthy, and that's why they're still under consideration to this day. So this is the 1 indicator and 1 target that we did not achieve in the 23-24 financial year. The rest of the other ones that I will go into, I'll go with a bit of speed because we have duly realized them. The second indicator is the percentage of invoices paid within 30 days of receipt. And we took, I think about 2 years ago, a decision to just have a sharp focus on this area, in particular because I think there were a number of there were lapses in this particular area. So we thought, let's bring it back to the radar such that we focus on it and we are able to turn the corner insofar as making sure that we are able to pay invoices within 30 days. And in this current financial year, in the financial year under review, we're able to on the spot achieve 95% of invoices paid within 30 days. So there has been quite an increment in our own controls and processes that we have put in place, the systems that we have put in place to make sure that we turn the corner in respect of this. And we'll be putting it on the radar, I think, for as long as we are able to come to a point of realization that we have settled in this, we have stabilized rather in this particular area, but we are able to pay 95% of the invoices within 30 days. Another one that we had put under the radar, Chair and members, is the percentage of prior year audit findings resolved, which is duly taken care of by our internal audit unit. So management would obviously provide a turnaround plan on specific responses to the recommendations of the Auditor General. So it will be the case as well with the audit that has been concluded. When 19 of the findings that have been identified, management has to propose a specific turnaround plan, which then will be monitored on a monthly, quarterly basis by the internal audit unit. For this financial year under review, we had a total number of 32 findings, and out of the 32 findings, by the end of the financial year, we were able to resolve 27 of those particular findings, which represented 84% aggregate performance. Beyond the financial year, we're able to resolve 3 more findings. So we're now at 30 out of 32, which I think amounts to about 94. But we are recording 84% that we achieved because this was done within the period under review. So for this current financial year, which we will of course duly report in time to come, we have 19 findings. And in the current financial year already, in the current quarter already we are sitting at 57%, where about 11 out of those 19 have already been duly resolved. And all the systems that are required in line with the recommendation have been implemented accordingly. The other area of focus is the percentage implementation of preferential procurement targets for designated groups as per the SCM policy. So the SCM, within the NDA, we have localized the preferential procurement policy of government and setting particular targets in relation to designated groups. And the specific target that we had set for the financial year was 80% full implementation of the preferential procurement targets as set by NDA, aligning to the national target set in the preferential procurement policy of government. We were able to achieve 7.61% more than the target that we had set of 80%. So where our goods and services budget would have primarily targeted these particular designated groups, and the target of 80%, the total target of 80% was achieved. So we did well in this particular area in making sure that our resources are focused towards the areas that we have identified. The next indicator relates to the electronic grant funding assessment and review tool deployed. And this relates to our grant funding management processes within the NDA, where we looked at how we can modernize how we do work. Because a whole lot of this work around grant funding had been manual for the longest of times, whether it's proposal development, proposal management within the different structures in the NDA. It was purely a manual process. So, and we are trying to modernize some of the processes that we have so that we can shorten the time it takes even, to finally make an award of grant funding to the different CSOs that make application to the NDA. So we deployed, we developed, and this is an internally developed tool within the NDA. We developed internally and deployed, tested and deployed this particular electronic grant funding assessment and review tool. And the tool primarily looks at the different requirements, because we have a number of requirements within our grant funding process that needs to be met by the CSOs in respect of submission of annual financial statements, minutes, constitutions, and all of those. So it looks at a number of those particular requirements, and then articulates them in a manner that for the different committees that then have to sit and process these things, all of those things have been duly taken care of by this modernized system. So we're able to do that, and it's saving as well in the sense that it's able to give us where the gaps are in relation to the grant funding process. The next indicator relates to the ICT security strategy, and we needed to have it, the approval and the implementation. In particular, we had in previous years, a number of cybersecurity attacks within the NDA, which needed the NDA to start implementing measures, corrective measures in place. And these corrective measures were identified. We have a cybersecurity, there was an analysis and assessment report done in case of what we had experienced in those particularly in the COVID years. That's where we had a number of these negative experiences in relation to cybersecurity attacks. We identified areas of corrective measures, in particular, where we needed to increment the implementation of such security measures. And out of that, we were able to I think, curb a number of attacks. Some we were able to detect on time. And out of the 10 milestones that we had achieved, in phase one, the implementation of 10 milestones, looking at detection, looking at a number of areas related to security corrective measure implementation, we're able to duly achieve this particular indicator. So we did achieve this indicator. The next one relates to the area of HR, where we are targeted to implement number of 12 HR policies, to have them reviewed and approved. And across the HR continuum, we identified 12 specific HR interventions that we needed to put in place, looking at the policies that we had in place, some of which had lapsed, some of which were overtaken by time, or there were new requirements that required the amendment of the policies that we had in place, so that we are on time in relation to alignment to policies that we are implementing. And we're able to have 13 HR policies reviewed and approved by the board by the end of the financial year, against the target of 12. So we duly achieved this particular target. The next target related to staff training interventions conducted for staff development, and our target was 12 staff training interventions. We had, in about 2 years ago, undertaken a skills audit within the NDA. Out of that skills audit, there were a number of key recommendations around mandatory, training areas or training interventions that had to be undertaken within the NDA. And in the previous financial year, a number of specific staff training interventions were undertaken. In this year under review, we undertook 12 staff training interventions, and this is across really a number of key areas that had been identified in the skills audit. The last indicator in program 1, I think, if not second last, is the number of NDA projects profiled to market the work of the NDA. And our target was to profile 9 projects across the provinces, and we were able to profile 14 projects. I think in 5 provinces rather. And this is primarily because of the collaboration that we had with a number of media houses at local level within the different provinces and the district that we worked in. But in some cases, it was also national media houses in print and electronic space. And as such, we were able to fully achieve this target and surpass it. The next indicator, this is the first indicator in program 2. It's the NDA resource mobilization strategy for poverty eradication, and it needed to be approved by the board. And this was duly approved by the board by the end of the financial year. And the resource mobilization strategy looks at a number of areas where NDA should have specific interest in and how to go around and mobilize resources, engage the different partners in the different spaces. The work of the NDA as espoused in section 4 enjoys the act of the NDA enjoys the NDA to raise resources, to mobilize resources from different areas within government, outside government, but even outside the country as well. And this is to give effect to that particular part of our act, section 4.1 of the act. The next indicator on rand value of resources raised for funding of CSOs, and this is where we raise significant amounts to augment our limited funds and making sure that as part of section 4 of the act, we need to be raising these resources. Our target was to raise 50 million, and we raised 57.3 million. And these are resources that are directly sent or directed to the civil society organizations for implementation of different interventions. Many of them income-generating interventions implemented at the community level. So we were able to raise 57.3 million against the target of 50 million for the year. This is the first target in program 2 that we did not achieve, and it relates to the grant funding of poverty eradication projects. As I said earlier, that there's an application in relation to our mandate. There's an application for grant funding, and we had received quite a number of applications in the previous financial year. Our target was to have at least out of the applications that we would have received, because we work together with CSOs, we work together with them in preparing proposals. And out of those, we are targeted that at least we must have 100 of those funded by the NDA. We had allocated a particular budget towards funding of these CSOs, and we exhausted that budget totally. We reprioritized a budget towards this particular area within the NDA. We exhausted that budget as well. The top-up budget towards funding of poverty eradication projects. At the end of the financial year, we had only been able to fund 79 out of the 100 projects. So this I think makes an argument for the budget of the NDA, but as well the need out there, for funding of projects for poverty eradication. The next indicator speaks to the number of beneficiaries participating in income generation projects, and this is an indicator linked to the previous one, because once we have funded these poverty eradication projects, these are income generating projects. They would then be able to to implement projects which resultantly will create employment opportunities which members or beneficiaries will then be able to access. So as a result, the lack of performance in that particular area affected the area of creation of work opportunities, which would have resulted in many work employment opportunities being created. By the end of the financial year, we are sitting at 1,911 against a target of 3,000. So we fell far too short of the target that we had, put for ourselves. But I think as we particularly in this current financial year and in the implementation of the turnaround strategy, you would have noticed that when we came and presented the APP, there's quite a specific focus on implementation of the turnaround, looking at communities in particular. So we are beginning to turn this area and making sure that there's more employment or creation of work opportunities, and beneficiaries can access such opportunities that have been created. So this is the second of the two indicators in Program 2 that were not achieved. The last two indicators relate to capacity building. And the first one focuses on capacity building of CSOs, where our target was 2,500, and we were able to capacitate 3,077 CSOs against that particular target. So we did quite well, and part of the reason we did so well in this area, it is because of the demand for capacity building, primarily by the provincial departments of social development and Hope Worldwide in particular. They injected quite a lot of cash and investment in the training of a number of early childhood development centers, and therefore we came to the rescue in relation to the need that they had of more training for the ECDs that they are working with, that we are collaboratively working with. The next indicator, as I said, relates to training of beneficiaries. The first one is training of CSOs. But of course, by extension, the warm bodies that come to these trainings are the actual beneficiaries. So, and we are making sure that we train as many as we have, again, to mitigate the attrition levels in the CSOs themselves. We had a target of 5,000, skilling 5,000 beneficiaries that are members of these particular CSOs, and we were able to surpass this target, train 5,110 beneficiaries. And it's the same reason where there was demand for training by DSD and Hope Worldwide in particular. I'm now going to the final program, which is research. The first indicator there relates to number of research publications produced to provide a basis for development policy. We had a target of 3, and by the end of the financial year, we had produced research publications on these 3 areas. The first area was the role of CSOs as peacemakers during civil unrest in South Africa. The second one was how the lack of jobs and income streams affect the South African youth. The third one was an exploratory study on the relationship between the National Skills Development Strategy and NGOs service delivery. So all of these particular studies, I think we unpack in our annual report, the detailed annual report. We unpack the specific findings that came out of these particular researches and the key recommendations that came, which subsequent to the 23-24 financial year, we will be monitoring the implementation of these recommendations. The second indicator under the Program 3 of research relates to number of policy briefs submitted to relevant stakeholders. So for all these research publications that we have produced, we then produce policy briefs which we then share with different stakeholders that have an interest in this particular area. And primarily this stems from the secondary mandate of the NDA. Again, we also, beyond just submitting policy briefs and doing research, we need to dialogue on the outcomes of these particular researches, which I think is the last indicator I will deal with. in fact, it's this very indicator. So what we do, we arrange a range of dialogue sessions with different stakeholders within government, with the CSOs, with the your state SSA, your HSRC, such that we can popularize, the findings that came out of the researches that we have conducted, and we are then able to in a way start making inroads to influencing development policy, which is what the secondary mandate of the NDA enjoins us to do. We need to influence development policy by sharing these particular findings, by sharing the recommendations that come out of these particular researches that we conduct. So 2 dialogues in this area were held. One relating to the role that CSO play in maintaining social cohesion, promoting peace and stability during periods of civil unrest. The second one relating to how lack of jobs and income streams affect South African youth. The next indicator relates to evaluation. Again, there are 2 areas that we sharply focus on in the area of the secondary mandate of the NDA. One is research. The second one is evaluation. In the area of evaluation, we had a target of 3 evaluations which we conducted. One focusing on due diligence process used within NDA programming. This relates to our grant funding process. There's a requirement for due diligence in the process for particular thresholds of applications. And therefore we needed to test from an evaluation perspective how effectively it works and where augmentations are needed so that further programming beyond the period can benefit from those particular recommendations. The second one related to the district development model pilot program. We piloted within the NDA how we could integrate and coordinate development within a district space as it is espoused in the district development model. And therefore we tested how that pilot, we subjected to a form of evaluation on how it would have gone. And I think we've already, as I said in the annual report, we go to a town in listing some of what came out of that particular process. And I think it puts us in a better space for growth in this particular area, in coordinating, because we are on the ground. We ought to be coordinating and integrating development interventions and services on the ground. So we are focusing on that. The last one is focusing on the evaluation of the NDA funded social enterprises. The second last indicator before I hand over to the CFO is the approved multi-year evaluation plan, which was to be approved, and it was duly approved by the board by the end of the financial year. And the multi-year evaluation plan really looks at the evaluation focus of the NDA and what types of evaluation to conduct over a rolling interim period of 3 to 5 years. And looking at what the programming demands are in the NDA. For example, the programs that we implement, they have to be subjected based on particular thresholds that are defined in our evaluation policy. They have to be subjected to some form of evaluation, whether it's a process evaluation, whether ultimately in the end it's an impact or outcome evaluation. But we make sure that we implement a range of specific evaluation as required and guided by the evaluation policy of DPME. So we had to have this approved by the board. And as I say, it's a rolling interim plan. So on a continuous basis, on a year-to-year basis, we would go to the board and look at this and make updates where necessary, informed, of course, by the environment within which we operate. The last indicator, which is the only indicator that we did not achieve in the research program, is the concept document on economic pathways out of poverty. We could not have this duly approved by the board. We had developed it. We had fully developed it and had taken through a process of consultation. And I think in the process, we realized that there was a need for us to not rush the process of approval, but engage more, with stakeholders within the portfolio and outside the portfolio, such that we can properly map these particular pathways out of poverty. And beyond that period, we have since fully developed, following lengthy consultations that we had with different stakeholders, we have fully developed it and will be taking it to the board for final approval. At this point, Chair, I'm, with your permission, request for the CFO to take us through the rest of the presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. Thanks for the opportunity. Good afternoon, Minister, Chairperson of the board member, and colleagues and members of the committee. I will be taking the committee through the financial report for the 2023-2024 financial year. I think the CEO has already indicated what the audit outcome was, is that we still received an unqualified audit, although it was a regression compared to the previous financial year, where we had obtained a clean audit. And we are working towards fighting to get back to a clean audit in the 2024-25 financial year. And I think, Chair and members, I'll start first with what were the resources that were available or that were at our disposal to implement the plans in in the 2023-2024 financial year. So in terms of what was available to us in terms of resources, we had a total budget of 255 million in the current financial year, or in the year under review. And in the main, that revenue was made up of the following revenue streams. The first line, obviously, is the annual allocation that we receive from National Treasury via DSD. In that financial year, 23-24, we were approved an allocation of 220 million. If we compare that with 2022-23, we had an allocation of 219 then. So there was only I think a growth of about 3% in the allocation, I think, which is indicative of the challenges within government, and obviously the pressure that we have in terms of the resources that are available to the NDA to implement the work that we're supposed to implement. The second major source of income was the rollovers that we've had from national. Obviously, at the end of each year, if there are resources that have not been spent, we would apply to National Treasury to retain those. So in the 2023-24 financial year, we were approved to retain a budget of about 28.6 million, which was not used from the 2022-2023 financial year. And the other source of income, the biggest one, after the rollover, is the interest income that we raise, I think, from the funds as they are sitting in the bank before they are spent. So those were the resources that were at our disposal to implement the plans for the 2023-24 financial year. Then in the next slide, this slide indicates how did we utilize those resources in terms of the three programs that have been presented on in terms of operational performance. In total, we had a budget, obviously, of 255. Out of that budget of 255, across all three programs, we had spent 228 million. So in percentage terms, we have spent 90% of the budget that was at our disposal in the 2023-24 financial year. And if we look at the percentage utilization by program, Program 1 had spent 89% of the budget in the 2023-24 financial year, and if we compare that with the year before, we were sitting in that program at a utilization of 97%. If you look at Program 2, which is CSO's development, so Program 2 and 3, those are the primary mandate of the NDA, what we exist for. In Program 2, we had utilized 90% of the budget that was allocated for Program 2, which is CSO's development, compared to 94% budget utilization in the prior year, 22-23. Program 3, we spent 91% of the budget compared to 69% in the year before. Then, Chair, in the next slides, then I'll quickly go through what were the key areas within those programs where they were underspending, or areas where budgets were not spent as at the end of the financial year. So I'll start first with the two core programs, which is Program 2. If we look at Program 2, we had an underspending of 12 million come the end of the financial year, right? And if we look at the makeup of the areas of underspending, I think the first one is in the area of grants. We had an amount of 6.4 million that was not spent, and I'll take you through the reasons for that as at the end of the financial year. And I think if we compare that with the previous financial year, we were sitting at a budget utilization of 80%. The other key area of underspending was in the area of the volunteer program, where we had spent 72% of the budget, and we had an underspending of 2.3 million. Then if we add up all those operational items above there, they give us an underspending of about 11 million. And within each program, I think you'll see that we also had savings in compensation of employees, obviously due to the positions that the CEO had indicated that we had a number of positions that were vacant, that were not filled by the end of the 2023-24 financial year. Then if we zoom into those areas where there was underspending, I think the first one was in the area of grants, to say what makes up the 6.5 million that was not utilized as at the end of the financial year. In terms of the process, Chair, we can only recognize in the income statement the amount that has been paid out to beneficiaries. So the board has approved the entire allocation of 14 million for grants for the year, but there were a number of projects that were approved late in the financial year. So those funds have been committed, but the funds had not yet been disbursed, and they were disbursed in the first quarter of the 2024-2025 financial year. So I think one can say it's a matter of timing, because you had those projects approved, but we had not yet disbursed those funds as at the end of the reporting period. And this, under the volunteer program, in terms of the volunteer program, National Treasury had allocated to NDA in the 2021-22 financial year an additional allocation of 30 million to implement over and above our normal allocation, to implement the volunteer program as part of the Presidential Youth Employment Stimulus Program. We were allocated 30 million. We had utilized, I think, 27.6 million of that, and the 2.4 million was the funding that was not allocated, because in terms of the applications that we have received, we could only approve and fund about 27.6 million of those, and the 2.4 million was not allocated because we did not receive sufficient allocations to approve or to fund the entire 30 million. Then in the area of capacity building, there was also an underspending of about 1.2 million. And obviously, I think that underspending is in the main due to efficiency savings. We implement capacity building in collaboration with partners in the various districts and provinces, and some of those partners allocated us free venues that we could use to train. Ordinarily, we would have paid for those venues. So in some of those areas, because we implementing with partners, we've had those efficiency savings due to the partners that we work with on the ground. Then, Chair, I'll take you through the next program, which is Program 3, and what were the reasons for the underspending in the area of research. As I've indicated, Program 3 has utilized 91% of its budget. And if you look at the program, I think as it was presented, it's made up of two components: the research component, the dialogues that we conduct based on the researches that were conducted, and the monitoring and evaluation of programs. So in terms of research studies, we had utilized 77% of the budget for for the research studies. There was one study that was only awarded at the end of the financial year, so that study is now being carried out in this current financial year, and the research report is expected to be finalized by the end of the third quarter of the current financial year. Then if you look at monitoring and evaluation, we had spent 89% of the budget that was allocated for monitoring and evaluation of programs, and in the main, the saving there is mainly due to efficiency savings in the area of travel, because instead of traveling to some of the areas, I think some of the interventions were done using electronic platforms. Hence, there were savings mainly in the area of travel relating to M&E, and also in the area of compensation of employees, there were also some savings due to some positions that were not funded. So in the main, those were the reasons for underspending in Program 3, which is research. Then in the area of administration or governance and administration, as I've indicated in the first slide, the program had utilized 89% of the budget that was allocated, which is the budget was 128, and only 115 million thereabouts was spent. Then the key areas of underspending, I think if we look at just the line items, the biggest one will be your travel and accommodation, consulting and professional services, and in the area of capital expenditure. And in the area of, then these are the reasons for those areas where there was underutilization of the budget. If we look at travel and accommodation, I think the same applies there. In that financial year, we had some efficiency savings due to implementing the cost containment measures that National Treasury always issues from time to time to say this. These are the measures that must be put in place to make sure that we spend less on travel and accommodation. And I think in the current financial year, which is 24-25, we are continuing with those. And that budget that would ordinarily be allocated to travel is now allocated to other pressing needs that the organization has as we continue the implementation of the cost containment measures. If we look at consulting and professional services, we had an underspending of 6.3 million in that area, and the underspending is also due to timing. As we are implementing the turnaround strategy, we needed to look at the organizational structure that the NDA has to ensure that the current organizational structure is aligned to the new turnaround strategy, so that we can be able to effectively implement the turnaround strategy. That process, the tender was awarded at the end of the fourth quarter of the previous financial year. The work started early in the current financial year, and management has already received the first draft of the organizational structure and engaged with it. And by the end of the financial year, we are expecting the organizational structure process and the change management to have been concluded. So the amount that was not spent was actually due to timing, because we had awarded the contracts at the end, and the payment of those suppliers is expected to has started taking place in the current financial year 2024-2025. And obviously, Chair, in the area of depreciation is a systematic allocation of your expenditure on capital assets. It does not result in an outflow of cash, but it's a non-cash. So hence, you will see it in the actuals, but you will not see it in the budget, because it does not result in an outflow of cash. So, Chair and members, I think that's the presentation on the utilization of the budget for the 2023-24 financial year. And in terms of the recommendation, we are proposing that the Portfolio Committee notes the NDA's annual report, for the 2023-2024 financial year, obviously in terms of the two parts that were presented, in terms of the performance information and the audited financial statements. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much for those presentations, which I believe were quite clear, given the fact that we had received the documents earlier on, and this was a confirmation of any lack of clarity that would have happened during our own reading of the documents. I have a proposal, because I have been told that the same honorable members that I told couldn't eat when they were supposed to eat should now eat, because the food is there and it's going to be cold. And so my proposal is this, and a proposal is just that, a proposal. It can be declined, it can be whatever, is that we take this break for members to, and everybody else, I would like to believe, to have what has been served, what is being served outside, before we do the deliberations. That is in the hope that it's not going to be so disruptive that we struggle to get back, and then people just fall asleep because it's after lunch, and then we don't deliberate. So that is the proposal I'm putting through to the honourable members. The members, I can say let's go ahead and finish this. Because also I need to know from the NDA if they would love for their presentation to be cut right in the middle of it, just after they've presented. Now we're saying we're gonna, think about it while we're having lunch.
Chairperson, I'd like to proceed and continue it and get it through, because it's still fresh in our minds, but this is a democracy, so I don't know what the other members feel, but I would suggest continue.
Either way, I have no problem.
Okay. Go ahead. Okay. I am glad to hear that, and I would like to then take their hands. But before I do that, I was just listening. I think there was a reason for, in the beginning, where they said, or even though you've sent a document, you must still present it, because it provides so much clarity, and it strengthens whatever you were thinking, your interpretations of what is written down. It puts them into the right perspective, and then you are able to actually understand even more clearer. But I want to find out from the NDA, in fact, I want to find out from the department, things like the cyber security, whatever. Are these things that have to be done each person for themselves, because in the portfolio, that is, because they are pertinent processes that need to be followed to actually have this, or is it something that we can have done for the portfolio? I just need to understand. I am such a layperson when it comes to this. It actually is, what I know about cyber security and whatever is criminal. That's how much I know about it. And also the research projects, because they sounded very interesting to me. Are these things that we can just go into the NDA website and lift them up there and read them? Because they are so interesting in how one would come up with with suggestions of what we can do to fight the poverty and use CSOs and all stakeholders when we deal with the whole of society as the development goals are saying to us. So if you say to me, just go to the website and read the research documents there, I will do that. I would like to know that. Other than that, I think I'm going to hand over to the portfolio committee. Honorable Munyai, are we going throughout? Okay, start Honorable Munyai. And I will be checking if Honorable Mare wants me to ask her first to speak, because she had a huge problem, and I don't want those problems in this term. Okay, Honorable Mnyai seems to be having a little bit of a water spilling. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, your cell phone and your laptop
doesn't matter.
is safe. Okay, go for it.
It's okay.
Go for it.
Yeah, we welcome the both reports. That is the first spirit. But, you know, I work with the chairperson of the board, who was the chairperson of the portfolio for longest time in different platforms. But Chair, if I don't say this, I will not be happy. I'm saying it in this meeting. And I'm saying it, Chair, out of respect. I'm very disturbed and taken backward that the chairperson, who's supposed to provide a strategic leadership to the entity, comes here before this portfolio committee and complain that she feels that the NDA is being treated like a stepchild. That, in my view, is not acceptable. I'll indicate to you why, Chair. Because if you don't find the minister, you know, you can set alarm, this acting DG's accounting officer, to see what mechanism, you know, can be assisted. By the way, the board works on behalf of the ministers. They have that delegated power. You know, unless if there are governance lapses in that institution. I must say, Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson, that the acting CEO confirmed here before this portfolio committee that the NDA cannot help themselves from their own internal instability. It was said here. This conundrum, or the quagmire, requires some intervention. That's the first thing, by the minister. I'm saying that the President of the Republic, His Excellency Honorable Ramaphosa, is on record to say that we must build a developmental state with strategic political capacity and technical capacity, ethical capacity and political, strategic, and governance capacity. So, and I'm saying that's the attribute of that you know, state will have, of course, good governance and a number of things and so on. So I'm saying, Chairperson, that technical capacity, it is imperative that it can only happen through now external intervention. I'm raising this issue because he says that we cannot help ourselves. We cannot help ourselves, instability and so on. And the issues of technical capacity, resignation and so on. If you cannot, with the board and the management and executive, you cannot resolve the matters. In my view, the regression, as you said, as a consequence of instability. I didn't say it. You said it. You are regressing because of instability. And it will be very difficult, therefore, to honor the culture shift strategy as required by the AGSA to make an impact on alleviation of the poverty. And I'm saying that if you are an institution that doesn't have much resources, and I'm sure out of the engagement, university can also help you to do research. And I'm just saying that it depends on strategic partnership. And also, I've never heard NDA on the program or certain gala for resource mobilization. Those state-owned enterprises that have corporate social investment, and I'm saying that before you go outside, to say that, okay, part of our budget, there's this mandate that's being fulfilled by NDA of elevating poverty. Some of our corporate social investment can be granted to them to strengthen their financial capability. You know, even the major companies whose, by the way, they're getting their tenders from government. Lots of money. So those companies can be mobilized, you know, ethically mobilized to not to duplicate the mandate of the NDA. It is possible, but it requires technical leadership and governance leadership. So, Chair, any organization that lack the RCT governance systems could lead to a disaster in terms of governance lapses. Because in fact, it's a requirement by the Treasury to have that. It's a requirement, it's no longer negotiation. And I'm saying that I'm not going to deal deep on the issues of the cyber attack. You know, the cyber adversaries, they go to institutions to steal information, IP and so on. They go there even to steal money. You are quite right, some criminals. And I'm sure, look, this usually help unexpected. On this one, I can cover them because even the state security, many big organizations gets an attack, even the defense and so on. But there are a number of reasons why we receive that attack. So there I must give them really a good cap to say that it has happened. So at least they're coming up with mechanisms and systems to avoid that being repeated in the future. On that one, I really welcome it. But you need a podded systems, advanced technologies that are at forefront in realizing you said customers needs, of course within your vision, way above and beyond your customers' expectation. I'm saying customers, and I'm sure part of those beneficiaries of this funding could include the cooperative movement or cooperative, because cooperative, they benefit more number of people than the individual. Now, it's my assumption, I'm sure they will comment on that. But that entity, in the summary, from my point of view, we need leadership that will solve the complex operational challenges, that will advance scientific solution in delivering innovative solution to turn around the institution. But still with that small budget, you still send money back to Treasury? You do? In my other lives, it's a crime to return money to Treasury when there's a people that are really needing these resources. There's one reason that was put forward, that there were delays due to submission of funding application to the board for approval. You think this requires minister? Does this require minister in all earnest? The answer is no. And remember, even if the board is a full-time institution, they're full-time elsewhere, they're not necessarily heart surgeons who are working in the theater throughout. operating some people. And even round robin is also allowed in the governance to resolve the urgent matter. And all I'm trying to say that a small institution, you know, how about agency like SASSA, which is so big, with big financial capability? And the issues of the, you know, of the CEO issues, and I'm sure I wanted to follow through on that. Minister clarified that because I wanted to follow through. So if you, I'm not going to ask about what happened and then about cyber watch. No, I don't want. Because I must protect you, because it's not out of your own making. And I'm very excited that one thing that excites me about the institution, when they become open up front, these are our challenges. At least you know how you can help them. And I'm saying now to the ministry and the DSD, how you can help this entity. And I'm sure when you say that you feel you're like a stepchild, I'm sure you are just looking for attention of the minister to help you with some. No. I'm just. No. Attention of the minister, or, you know, maybe if you want us to, there's some clear issues that we want these portfolio issues to support, to help you. We will do that. But they didn't arise from your presentation. So we can't help you either. So you'll remain feeling that way if you don't raise issues that you think we need to do. We will note this report, but going forward, what support do you need? Because it was not reflected in any of those. The rest of the the numbers are so small for me to really spend a lot of time, but every cent must be accounted for. We don't stop accounting because every cent is important. Because it's this sense that makes these millions that you're talking about. But if we need innovative resource mobilization strategy, that may also help. Partnership can help you to deliver the mandate. But if you are running in circle around yourself and waiting for the grants to come or funding to come and then use that one, I don't think we can go beyond than that. That is the message. And I thank you for being very honest. And you know what? If I didn't say this, you know, and I'm saying they're raising this with due respect. You know, if I appear to be arrogant, I apologize.
Thank you, Honorable Munyai. You are the one that listened to a radio station this morning. So you can't now turn around and come to us and say that to us. Honorable Abrams.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to the NDA for the presentation. And once again, committees exist so that we can have these robust discussions and constructive criticisms where we don't take things personally, because I think by now we all have thick skin to be in the public service. But Chairperson, my thoughts on the opening comments was that everything and anything has a natural end to it. And I mean, we see that now with SAPO, we see that with the GNU, things begin and things end. And it also takes me back to the workshop we had in Joburg, where the chairperson of the NDA shared that National Treasury had this list of entities that were on the chopping block because for various reasons. And the then minister indicated, no, she's done her best to get the NDA off that list, because the commitment to Treasury was a CEO to implement the turnaround strategy. And I think that meeting was about 3 years ago, and we're still not there. And I can't imagine that inspires any confidence for National Treasury to not put the NDA back on that chopping board list. And if that's where we are, and it's 220 million that can be used for the implementation of the inspectorate, and more insistent on the Inspectorate for Social Assistance, and for other uses that will be more beneficial, then it must just be. So Chairperson, and also when we speak about the turnaround strategies, I still get these flashes of the butterfly logo that was supposed to be the NDA, and we would have wanted the NDA to come out of this cocoon and, you know, present itself, but it just hasn't during the course of the years. So my question then are as follows, is that when is the acting CEO's term coming to an end, and when will there be a new acting CEO? And of the 1,911 work opportunities that were created, you know, Chairperson, that wasn't met according to the 3,000, you know, that's approximately 159 people a month in the entire country. And I met an organization recently called Green Bikers, who's doing the Uber Eats deliveries on the electric bikers, Chairperson, and they're offering 150 job opportunities in a single day to one community. And it goes back to this notion that the private sector is the ones that should be creating jobs and not government, and government's role is to create a conducive environment so that the private sector can create the jobs, because they aren't using 220 million per annum of taxpayers' money to create this 150 jobs in a day that they are creating on this new Uber Eats. So I would also like to ask Chairperson, the acting CEO says that many of the senior officials have jumped ship, have gone elsewhere to seek for employment elsewhere. So what does the current NDA organogram look like at the moment, and what is vacant in that organogram? Because that would give us a understanding of the NDA's capabilities and capacity, and if that organogram and what's vacant in that can maybe be sent to us in writing so that we can have sight of that. What is the two major cases in slide 2 with regard to the 50 million? Chairperson, it also, the decrease in donor funding from previous years signals to me that there's also maybe a lack of confidence from external donors, if that's the fair statement to make, or if it's just that there hasn't been capacity to go out and to actively drive donors. I would also just like to know on the cyber attacks, was any of the NDA's finances compromised, or what exactly was compromised in the cyber attacks? And then coming to the AG's report about the CSOs that can't be traced. And they also noted that their audit, there were monies paid into bank accounts, and bank accounts didn't exist. That's what they told us, and that the NDA needs to implement better controls when they are paying this funding. So if the NDA can just maybe speak to the AG's findings on the CSOs and the allocation of funds, and perhaps also in writing send us a list of the 79 CSOs to include the name of the CEO, the name of the person responsible with their contact details and address, and the amount given to the CSOs, and for what purpose. If that can also come to us in writing. Then, Chairperson, they say that the evaluation targets of due diligence and awarding of funds were done correctly. And there's also a point that says that the evaluation of the NDA funded enterprise were also achieved. So how is all of that achieved, yet the the AG is coming up with these findings? If you can just maybe clarify that. And then also to understand, does the NDA have a M&E component that once the funds have been disbursed, you go and follow up on these 79 CSOs to make sure that the funds have actually been used for the intended purposes, because that would then also speak to what the AG's report is speaking to. if we can also, get a breakdown in writing of the 1,911 people and where they reside, in which provinces, and the type of work that they received and the duration of the work. And then I also have to agree with the honourable member next to me, because I also made a note of it. A lot of the targets that were not achieved, it says underspending of 6.5 million on disbursement of grants because the board did not approve the project and did not approve this. And the same with target 3, the concept document on the economic pathway out of poverty was not approved by the board. So if the board has set times in a calendar where they are meeting, and we also have this fantastic thing called Zoom, and where you can call ad hoc meetings, and where we have a chairperson that says, wake me up in the dead of night if something is urgent. And if something like this, and it's completed, it just needs the board to approve it. I just need to understand then, why is the board not maybe calling ad hoc meetings or Zoom meetings to help the NDA achieve their targets, so that when they come here, more of their targets are achieved because they've had now the board's input. And then I think just my last comment, Chairperson, is that in Programme 1 and Programme 2, if you look at the percentage of targets and the percentage of budget spent, the percentage of budget spent is way more than the percentage of the targets that have been met. And in future, I'm not too sure where National Treasury is gonna sit on this, but that also again doesn't inspire confidence that the money is being spent in a way that meets the targets and therefore meets the mandate of, as the DM likes to say, eradicating poverty. So that's just my comments and my questions, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Abrams. Honourable De Bruin.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to the NDA for the presentation. I just have 2 questions for the NDA. Can the NDA please provide details on the application process for grant and funding? We are sitting actually busy with the young people that is addicted. And we form like in a group, there a non-provident organization. We doing a group there, so we're sending the people off to Joburg. So that is really a lot of money out of our pockets, because we have to raise funds to help them to get to the rehabilitation centers. And my last question is, how does local communities get involved in the NDA's projects? Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable De Bruin. Honourable Murray.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Today, I feel very sad that the Chairperson is bringing this thing to the table, because I think it was in our workshop 3-4 weeks ago when I was saying to the Chairperson that I feel sorry for them, because it seems like things are not running as it was. And if I remember last year when the Chairperson started, she was full of energy and she had bright ideas. But today when I looked at her, I get the sense that she has given up. You know, it's like she and acting there. It looked like they are so depleted today. You know, I'm so sorry. And I want to say my heart really go out to you today, even though I was saying it a few weeks ago, but today I must say I feel sorry for you. Let us come to the crux of the matter here. Chairperson, all the other speakers spoke about this thing. I just have one concern. In the first instance, the Chairperson was saying to us a few weeks ago that they don't get enough funds to do things. The funds basically just go for salaries, capacity building and all those things. But I have a concern. Why would you send 25 million, roll them over, send them back to Treasury, where we're sitting with a problem where poverty alleviation is the biggest problem that we have in our country. We are having people dying of hunger. In Eastern Cape mothers, I keep on saying this because just last week again, it was said that there's malnutrition in the Eastern Cape because people don't have money to buy food. And here we have a program for poverty alleviation. And then we say we are capacitating communities to self-sustain themselves. And my question is, how many of those people that you send on training, especially for the 3,000, the 5,000, how many people came out of that program and are sustaining themselves at the very moment, that can run their own businesses or their own food garden, and they can do it for themselves? And I have a big concern is that when it comes to the Auditor General's report on page 11, it is saying that NDA actually achieved, not agreeing with what it was reported, numbers of beneficiaries participating in income generation projects. And if you look at page number 13, you had 081 million irregular expenditure there. Then on page 13, it is saying here that NDA 06 non-competitive bidding processes. And then the other one is saying non-compliance with grant funding specifications. And I want to know, how is that possible? Because here it is say 081 million. NDA is this is the top contributors. And if you look at page 14, it is saying...
I'm so sorry. Again, I'm doing this to you even today. To the NDA, all these pages that she's rattling are of the presentation that was done by the AG to us. I just need to, I just need to make sure that the NDA has that, because as she's giving numbers, I don't know if you are able to follow or if you have access to the presentation, or is there anything that we can do to make sure that this information is relayed in such a way that you are in a position to respond to it? Are you okay with the honourable member referring, because she has a presentation that you may not have? Do you have it? The AG presentation?
Yes, Chair, it was sent to us. We do have it. Thanks.
You do have it. Okay. Please go to that, because now she says page 18 and page 34, and I would be so confused right now. So as long as you understand when she refers to your presentation and then when she refers to the AG's presentation. Thank you so much. Go ahead,
Thank you so
Honourable
much, Chair, for the clarification here. On page 14, I just, a top contributor to irregular expenditure not dealt with at NDA at 78 million, being 40% of the 194 million irregular expenditure. Majority of the irregular expenditure is not dealt with related to non-compliances with SCM prescripts. And I need to get my head around this, and I would like to say thank you to the AG for opening our eyes to all these things. The same thing here by NDA's flights and hotels. The same story as SASSA, that they didn't spend their thing there. And then also on page on page 14. Yes, I am on page 14. Here they say they were talking about here that you were having not approved renovations of an office and interest on late payments. I just need to understand, how can you renovate and you didn't get approval, and then you had a problem with that, and then there was interest on late payments as well. So my problem that I have with this whole slides of NDA was that on everything basically they had underspent. 6.5 million underspent, 2.4, 1.3 capacity building, volunteer program. It is just saying is that, is there capacity in your office? I know you say there's a problem with leadership because you don't have leadership, people are leaving. But what do DSD do now with the thing that you are saying we don't have the capacity to run this office? And I was so optimistic because you were the stepchild all these years of DSD, and then I felt so optimistic when you came along and you had all these brilliant ideas. But I want to say I just feel that poverty alleviation is a big crisis in our society, in our communities, and we cannot have money being sent back to treasury and people are dying of hunger. That is the biggest sin that we can commit to our communities. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Mare. Honourable Tafeni.
Enkosi Chairperson. His question was as members. But I want to ask on slide 17. On slide 17, Chairperson, diabulela department NTA about a presentation. On slide 17, please the department explain how the agency goes about reducing the of individuals depending on social welfare support. Do you assist them with job opportunities, business ideas? Does the agency have other partners assisting it to achieve its objective in this regards? And two, in slide 31, with regard to the volunteer program, there is an under expenditure of 2.4 million mentioned there. I'm just not convinced by the explanation for this under expenditure, as it sounds vague. How did the unsuccessful funding request come about? What procedure issue is the agency taking about here, which were identified by the management? Please specify. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, honourable members. We are now going to go straight back to the National Development Agency and ask that you respond to these questions and comments in whatever way you had planned you would do that. You can take over. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. And thank you, portfolio members, for the questions and the comments. Chair, I will distribute the responses amongst the executives that are responsible for each of these areas. And I'll identify the ones that I will respond to, but I'll do my responses at the end before the chairperson deals with the issues that she will deal with that comes from here. There have been a number of questions that relates to our mandate in terms of grant funding processes, and how do we work with communities and the relationship between our development and poor people getting to benefit from those activities that we implement and we fund. The CEO, Madam Kumalo, she's here. She'll cover all the areas, and I hope she had taken all those questions that relates to those areas. Then the next area, which had a number of questions that relate to it, is the audit outcome itself. The irregular expenditure, the under expenditure that both appear in the AG's report and our report that we had presented. And I think the entire concept of rollovers, that at the end of a financial year, what is classified as a rollover. I think the CFO will deal with all those questions that are related to that. And there were a number of questions that related to cyber attack and how do we handle cyber attack within the portfolio. And I think the first questions that the chair asked about in relation to cybersecurity and access to research reports, I will deal with those at the end of all of. And the interpretation in terms of the research area and the areas of research and how we actually approach the entire research question. Mr. Baloy, who is the acting executive in the research area, will deal with that. The overall questions about the relationship and the feeling of the NDA and the question of whether or not we are at a state where we think we are dejected. I think the chairperson will deal with those at the end, including the question of the appointment of CEOs and ending of contracts of CEOs and all of those accounting questions. The chair will deal with that. She will deal with them at the end. And I think I've covered the areas and the colleagues that are here. We can start with the operational questions from the Chief Operations Officer, followed by the research, and then the CFO. I will conclude these parts, and the chair will conclude everything and hand it over to you, Chair, in that order.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good afternoon to Chairperson, to members of the committee, Minister, and Chairperson of the NDA board and colleagues. I will start with the question which speaks about the 1,911.
Okay, I've just been given a look that the honourable members would like to see you. So if you could come this side, please. I'm sorry to do this to you, because now they're having to turn to
There's a chair, yes, COO and Mr. Baloy. Mr. Baloy.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to start with the question which speaks about the 1,911 work opportunities which were reported as created during the 2023-24 financial year. And yes, I've been introduced. Okay. Okay, the acting DG wants me to mention my name. I'm Susan Kumalo. Thank you very much. I wanted to mention that those are not the only number of work opportunities which we created during the financial year.
but we could only report on those because most of the projects, like we have already reported, they were created right at the end of the financial year. So the work opportunities fell within the 2024-2025 financial year, which we couldn't report on. In total, the work opportunities which we reported during the first quarter after approval of the 79 CSOs, there are 6,140. Linking that question to the question that was asked by honorable member on the number of work opportunities which were created for the youth, out of the 6,140 which were reported on during the first quarter, 3,215 were youth members. So meaning that the 1,911 were not the only work opportunities which we created. But if we reported them during the 23-24 financial year, that was not going to be a true reflection of that kind of work. And then the second question is on the process which we follow to grant fund the civil society organizations within communities. Maybe let me start by indicating that the focus of grant funding of the NDA is that we would focus on what we call Category 1 and Category 2 CSOs, which are normally those CSOs that have been operating within communities without being formalized. And if CSOs are not formalized, normally they don't get support, particularly funding support from funders, whether by government or by private sector funders. So normally we'll fund those as first-time funders, which means that we need to start by supporting them to develop the proposals which will be bankable, which the NDA would consider for funding. And over and above that, we need to take them through a process of capacity building, because you find that they don't understand the compliance that is expected from them. So we take them through a course which speaks about compliance in relation to the particular sector under which they operate. And over and above that, we also support them to understand basic financial management for them to be able to manage the funds which come from the NDA. And what we have learned in most cases is that once the NDA funds a CSO, then the CSO starts to receive more funding from other funders, because that creates confidence for other funders to believe that the CSO will manage the fund according to the agreement. And then we also focus on project management, basic project management skills, so that they know how to run the project for the duration of the contract with the NDA and even beyond that. We also focus on conflict management, because what we have learned is that for most CSOs, the moment when they receive the funding, then there will start to be conflict among the members. So we make sure that we also address issues of that nature. And that has actually yielded positive results for most of the CSOs that we supported. And then in terms of making sure that there is sustainability after the agreement comes to an end with NDA, we also support the CSO to start to mobilize more resources over and above what the NDA has provided to them, and also link them with other CSOs that have been in that space for longer with experience, just to make sure that they also receive mentoring and coaching. And that is part of our grant funding process. But we are there in almost all the communities to provide the necessary support, which we identify through the needs assessment process which we undertake. And then the other issue which I wanted to talk to is the request from Honorable Abrahams of the information for the 79 CSOs, the details, the 79 CSOs which we have funded. We will provide that information through the right channels for the portfolio committee. I think those are the four questions that were raised by members that relates to the area of the work that I'm responsible for. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, Minister, Chairperson of the board, members of Parliament, and colleagues. I will try to respond to questions raised. Before that, my name is Simon Balui. I'm acting executive for research, that is development management and research at the NDA. I will respond to the questions raised around research work that we are doing at the NDA, or that were posed in relation to that. The first question that was raised was around whether we do have this research work published, or are they accessible for the public. We do have the publications posted on our website. But beyond that, like we indicated during the presentation by colleagues earlier, we do engage on dialogues or disseminations of this work through dialogues with the public being people that will have been deemed relevant and invited to participate into that. So there is accessibility of this research work that we work on, and for the easiest, you can access them on our website, and you can see a list of what we do. It dates back to several years to date. You can get the recent work that we work on, and you can read through. The other question that was posed was around whether we do have an M&E component, and it was also in relation to to follow through the grant-funded funds or commitments that we make on the projects. Yes, we do have an M&E unit, but the function of the M&E has been decentralized to the provinces, so it's embedded as part and parcel of what the provincial offices are doing. So that function, once the disbursement of funds has been done, there will be that because it's embedded to the project management that the provinces are doing. So there will be that happening. But time to time, M&E from head office will visit, do M&E main in particular projects that are being implemented, thereby followed by evaluations that will be conducted. So much of the work that is done by M&E, it will be done by both head office and on the ground by provinces. Yeah, I think those were the two. How do we? Yeah, so those are the two that I think I can talk to, but also maybe to expand to say that in research we do have where we compile through knowledge management, we compile our work, and then like I said, we post it our work on the website, and you can access that. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I will respond to the issues, I think, that related to, I think, in the main irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, as it was, I think, reported in the AG's report. And I will also speak to the issue of the rollover, maybe just to clarify as to what that is. Maybe let me start first with the rollover, Chair. I think what we mean by a rollover is rollovers are not funds that we have returned to National Treasury, right? Rollovers are funds that were not used at the end of the financial year, although they were committed. There were contracts related to it and all that. So we applied to National Treasury to say, please approve that we can retain these funds. So then those funds are not returned to National Treasury, but we are given approval to utilize them in the subsequent financial year after the rollover application has been approved by National Treasury. So the amount of 28.6 that you are seeing there it's not funds that we've returned, but it's funds that National Treasury has approved that we can retain them. So we did not lose the money. So we had retained it, and we had continued to utilize those funds for the purposes for which they were allocated and intended. I think, Chair, on the issues around irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, that's the issue that relates to, I think, the approval of the renovation of an office in Northwest, the issue of, I think, no-shows. I think, Chair, those are issues that we are grappling with. And I think maybe let me start with the issue around the office renovation, right? What had happened there is that the employee responsible for facilities management gave a service provider approval to carry out work without the necessary authorization, right? That person did not have the delegation to give the service provider the go-ahead. And obviously, we had to report that in our register of irregular, fruitless, and wasteful, and that employee is currently going through the necessary processes in terms of the framework for irregular, fruitless, and wasteful. And the same applies, Chair, to late payment of suppliers, right? Because finance or the finance unit receives requests for payment post-approval by the business unit that would have received a service. And sometimes you find that those managers and some of those employees do not submit those payments on time so that the payments can be made, and you find that some of the suppliers will charge you interest for late payment. And I think those are some of the processes that we're dealing with, and obviously we report those interest that we charge for late payment, and those interests are also handled in terms of the process for irregular, fruitless, and wasteful. And then where an employee is found to be responsible for that and a recovery is recommended, then we do recover some. I think you will see in the income statement, there's a line item called sundry income. And within sundry income, you'll see those are some of the amounts that we have recovered from our own staff for either no-shows where they were found to be responsible for the no-shows where they did not follow the necessary processes. So those are the instances. And Chair, that is why in the current financial year we had that. KPI that speaks to payment of suppliers within 30 days. That is to ensure that we enforce that once an invoice is received, everyone approves it on time so that that particular invoice can be paid within the 30 days that is regulated in terms of the PFMA. Chair, I think the questions related to irregular and fruitless and wasteful are the same, and they follow the same process in terms of once they're identified, how are they processed until there is a recommendation to say this one, an employee is accountable, the amounts must be recovered, and those are recovered through payroll deduction at the end of the month if such a recommendation is made by the loss control committee. Chair. And I think, Chair, you raised the issue of, I think a question was raised around the correlation between budget utilization and performance, right? I'll give an example. I think if you look at Program 1, you'll find that in Program 1 there are 5 KPIs, but within the budget for Program 1, over and above the budget allocated for the 5 KPIs will be the budget for your overheads, the budget for things like offices that are not directly related to the KPIs, right? So sometimes you find that there is that mismatch between the two, because not necessarily the entire budget for that program is linked to the KPI. So there may be a portion of that budget for that program that is not directly related to a KPI, because some of the budget would have gone towards payment of overheads. So I think sometimes that's what causes the disjuncture between financial performance and operational performance in terms of the budget for programs. And I think the same applies across all programs. Yes, so there may be a portion of the budget there that is not directly related to the KPI. So you always find that there are those challenges, Chair. I think, Chair, those were in the main, I think, the questions that were, I think there was also a question that related to, were there any losses related to the cyber attacks, right? Yes, Chair, I think if we look at the register of irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, there is a loss of 53,000 that we are reporting there. That was as a result of a successful cyber attack. That was an instance where I think our emails were hacked. Someone from the outside sent a request to HR, posing as if I'm an employee, requesting that my banking details into which my salary must be paid be changed. Right, so it happened. So that incident happened, and I think it was only picked up subsequent to that to say actually that request was a fraudulent request. It did not come from an employee, but it came from someone from outside who came into our environment and submitted that document. And the document looked, when we investigated it again, it looked. At face value, it looked legitimate, but a case was lodged with the SAPS in terms of, because it's a fraud that has been hence during that process a cyber security assessment was requested by NDA so that we can strengthen the controls around it, and as a result there were recommendations, and those recommendations are being implemented to ensure that we improve the controls in terms, or ensure that we limit instances of attacks on our environment, Chair. Yeah, I think those were the questions that spoke to my area there, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Ndate Mshingange, Chair. I'll just quickly cover some of the broader questions that were asked. One of them related to partnerships. I think there have been a question around partnerships, how we should be actually looking at that process for funding NDA. I have to start here. Funding of NDA for its program in section 10(1)(b) of the Act, that money has to come through partnerships. And that money is meant to fund the programs itself. And over the years, we have actually used that approach. We have a range of partnerships, and I think we can send you the list of them. And in the areas that we partner with, and the amount of resources that we raise with them. And annually, we have got a target on partnerships, resource mobilization. This current financial year, last financial year, it was 50 million. And we managed to get 53 million. I think that was the amount that we raised. This year is 100 million. Next financial year is 250. The following financial is 450. And the reason we're doing that, we got to have partnership resources that are at least 200% above the national allocation for us to have some level of having a noticeable impact on poverty. So we have that is in our plan, our 5-year plan. It goes up to 600 million, and that money comes through partnership, both in government departments, in the private sector, and international institution that would had an engagement with them. So we do, including research, by the way. We have got partnership with academic institutions that we do research together. So the actual act requires us to increase our resources through partnerships. However, that money, you won't see it in the annual report because of the accounting principles and accounting standard of the AG and National Treasury budgeting process. And we have raised this with them. The actual figure of money and budget, and we have said that openly with them on several occasions, last 3 weeks ago. The budget you see is a budget that only accounts for 10(1)(a) of the funding model of this institution. And when you do that, you are actually skewing the budget that institution is using to make a determination whether this institution can actually meet its demands or not. We have to do it outside that process. If you look at that budget, all of it is a budget that comes from government. The only way we are in a position using the current framework and standard that they use in the financial management and reporting system of National Treasury and the AG is only when we have used this money that you'll see it. And they show it as a commitment, but you can't actually see how much was actually allocated and you have in that particular area. So that's one area that we are engaging with National Treasury to actually be accurate when presenting the financial component of NDA, because it is not structured like the other government department. We have this thing that you end up not knowing how much is still there, how much is used, and until it is being utilized and recognized. And that's only when it's recognized as an income. That's part of the issue of whether the amount that we get from National Treasury is the reportable amount that we should be talking about or not. Because the total agreements we have with people, who there's nowhere in the financial statement is being recognized until you use it. Once you use it, then it's recognized as an expenditure that came outside the institution. So I just want to raise that the resource mobilization, we have got a strategy. The board approved one recently to include and expand the area of resource mobilization. So we've got a strategy, we've got plans, and we've got targets that are set for resource mobilization. And we are expanding it to include strategic partners who actually do not give you money, but they come with skills. They will come with machinery that will support small businesses for processing and production, or in the construction industry, for communities to be trained to deliver social housing. We've got those partnerships and agreements, so that when we go to departments outside the social development, housing, municipalities, we come with a package that can train people to actually build social houses or any other houses for that matter, using innovative technologies that exist now. And they leave them with their skills so that they can start their own cooperatives in construction. We do have those partners. The ability for us to then expand beyond what we have is quite possible, but we would need to have the support, I think, that we require to expand and massify those kinds of initiatives. And I think somebody asked about cooperatives. And so cooperatives is one of the vehicles that we are using for building communities' abilities to do things for themselves and not to rely on the state or other people, so that they become productive. The problem is unproductive population that is in the community, that we would need to convert them to become productive. That's the answer to the question around poverty. And cooperatives are one of the vehicles that you get that quick up, because it takes a lot of people and they increase the ability of increasing the production that can meet demand very, very quickly. That's the approach that we are using. And that's the approach of the turnaround, by the way, which we have already adopted and we are implementing it. This is the first year we are doing it, and you might not see the results today. But if we get the support that we require and the understanding of this new approach and its ability to respond to poor people that might, for the rest of their lives, never had an opportunity to work for somebody. This is the opportunity that creates an environment for those kinds of people to be productive and earn their own money. And therefore, they are not reliant on somebody hiring them and firing them. I think that area is around that kind of partnerships we are talking about. Then the issue of chair, I think it related to, I think that Shingange has spoken a little bit about this cyber attack and how do we manage cyber risks in the institutions, in the portfolio. I think at a point we had spoken about shared services within the portfolio, but which would IT be one of them? And I think it's an idea that we are thinking around as a portfolio on these shared services, that we can easily share the cost amongst. And I think when we go to the new precinct that the ADG, we will be in a position, because we will be sharing the same infrastructure, and that it becomes easier to actually approach that way. The rest, I think, I will leave them to chair to deal with the issues that relates to the life of the NDA, the executive positions of the CEO, and any other matters that she might want to respond to from what she has heard from her initial opening statement.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Before I respond to questions asked by the honorable members, honorable chairperson, I would want to respond to the statement that was made by the honorable minister. We would want to thank the Honorable Minister for being a humble cadre and a servant of the people that is able to admit and apologize that she had not been as close to the NDA as she would have wanted to. We thank you very much for that, because that to us means a lot, that the minister is able to say, I've not been close to you as I would have wanted to, and I am committing to do that. We really appreciate that. We thank you very much. And we also appreciate it to know that the NDA is in your heart, and you understand that the NDA is not in a good shape, because we are not here to say the NDA is in a good shape. The NDA is not in a good shape. The NDA had no board for 18 months. From June 2021 to January 2023, when we were inaugurated. 18 months. The NDA board also had no CEO from November 2021 to date, acting. During the period where there was no board and there was no CEO, the acting CEO performed the duties of being a board and a CEO. And that blame cannot be put on the shoulders of the current board. The gaps that happened and the traditions that developed and the cultures that developed in the NDA are similar to what would happen at a home where there are no parents and the children develop their own cultures and traditions. And that is what we found in the NDA. We found an executive that is fragmented. And we pride ourselves because nothing has gone in the media, and we were able to manage all those things and put systems in place. So, two key achievements that we did. One, we were able to finalize the turnaround strategy. But the turnaround strategy requires a strategic change, the change management in terms of the personnel and the skills that are there, which is why the board, when it comes here, it's represented by the chair of the board and the chair of the human resource. Because the turnaround implementation would depend on the correct structure and a process that relies mainly on the chairperson of the human resource. So we are at a level where the turnaround strategy was adopted, a strategic plan was developed, it's being revised. But then, during that process also, we started a recruitment process, which was ended, and before the appointment was done, we also we identified pitfalls, and we had to start all over again. So this time around, we'll be starting for the third time. But if we look at when did we complete as a board, we completed in November 2023. The recruitment process of the CEO. We are in October this month. Only the new minister has actually declared that the preferred candidate was not approved by cabinet. Between then and now, there's been a lull. And you are correct, Honorable Murray. A chairperson of a board that doesn't have a CEO from 2021 to 2024, and the acting CEO had acted, and the period lapsed, another acting CEO was appointed, and a period lapsed, and the board went back to the former acting CEO, who is retiring in October, would not come here and babble. If I were to come here and babble, I would be deceiving myself, I would be deceiving Parliament, and I would be deceiving the minister. I am not babbling because the situation doesn't require us to babble. Because we don't have a CEO, we don't have a CFO, and the acting CEO has presented in this portfolio committee that most of the staff members have left the NDA. So, we are happy that the minister is saying that she will be looking at the situation within 21 days. We are happy with that. On the point raised in my opening remarks, now I'm responding to the honorable member Mnyai, who said he has worked with me in many structures. That is very correct. We know each other very well. And he knows how I operate, and I know how he operates. He's honest. I'm honest. In terms of my work. And I speak my feelings out, he speaks his feelings out. I apologize if I came out in a manner that displayed disrespect and also presented the board as a body that is confused. I'm sorry if I came across in that way. But the point that I was making is based on the fact that I've also been a chairperson of a portfolio committee. And all these gaps that we found in the NDA from 2021 up to 2023, when we were appointed, and from 2021 up to where we are without a CEO, could have been addressed by the portfolio committee. Not necessarily this one, but of the 6th administration. Because those gaps happened as a result of the incumbent at that time that accounts to the portfolio committee. So, in sometimes mina ngike ngithi angiyena uJesu mina. Uthwala izono zabanye abantu. And I would never agree to be uJesus Christ ozovuma izono zabanye abantu athi ezakhe. So, that is the point I was making, ukuthi we would appreciate support from the portfolio committee. I was very specific, from the portfolio committee. And that is based on the fact that most of the issues that we are dealing with in the NDA needed the assistance of the portfolio committee and the vigilance of the portfolio committee. And even now, they would need the vigilance of the portfolio committee to support us and to support the minister to achieve what has to be achieved in a reasonable time frame. Again, I would want to apologize if you felt offended when I said we feel like an illegitimate child. It's a feeling when things that are supposed to be done to correct the situation by those who are mandated to actually oversee would not be done. I'm not judging you, but I'm saying let us hold each other's hands and address the root causes, not only the results of what had went wrong. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate this discussion. I cannot find any other forum in which it should have happened because it was ventilated here. So I appreciate it. I didn't want to put any brakes on anyone because of time, because I think it needed to be, the discussion needed to happen. I see, though, that before I hand over to the minister, the honourable members had asked to be recognised for 2 seconds each. The first one being Honourable Munyai. I can read. I saw.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Itingi xolise mama ifangizange ngizwakale kahle. And I think we beg with the way sifila ngakhona. And if you come across being disrespectful, ngiyaxolisa kakhulu. One, Chair, before my second expire, all of you tatani shingange. Oh, okay. The acting CFO is trying to justify the unjustifiable. Now, you don't come to portfolio committee and trying to modernize your answer, but the fact is that you didn't spend the money. Whether you are still going to apply with the treasury, the issue, what is defined in terms of the accounting standard that the acting CFO was talking about, you did not spend the money. You know the previous CFO from SASSA, he says we'll take your counsel and move on. But when you're trying to, hey, it doesn't mean the money is gone and so, you did not spend the money. And I'm sure you are aware, you are clear about that. You should take counsel. Thank you.
Honourable Abrahams.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, unfortunately, I'm leaving. If it's coming to an end, I'm leaving, and I don't have the answers to some of the questions I asked. Like, for example, when is the current acting CEO's term coming to an end? But also, and I hear that the provinces does the monitoring and evaluation, but provinces report to a head office. So I still don't have clarity as whether or not the 79 CSOs did the work that they were funded for and did the work that was the intention of that funding. So I still don't have clarity on that, because that is what the AG is telling us on their page 26 that was confusing to them, and that their sample size found that the supporting documents and the bank accounts used and all of that was their sample size was big enough to go back to you to say, please go and look into this. So I still am unclear about these 79 CSOs, and that's why I asked for the list of it, because that means that this committee, the members, are going to have to go and do their own oversight of the CSOs and whether or not they did their work, because I don't have the answers to that. And then also the acting CEO did a lot of speaking about the other partners and the funding from other partners and how it skews the financials. It went a little fast for me, so I would ask if that can maybe be put in writing to us to wrap our heads around it. And then something that is very confusing, Chairperson, is that for the longest time we were told the turnaround strategy could not be implemented without the appointment of a CEO, because the CEO would need to have buy-in in the turnaround strategy that he or she would then need to take forward in the department. But now I hear the turnaround strategy has all this time been implemented. So I'm just very confused by that, because we were told one thing and now we're being told another thing about the turnaround strategy. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay. Thank you, Honourable Abrams. I did hear, though, the presenter saying that we will get the lists that you were looking for. I heard that. Did you?
Yes, yes. He
Okay.
did say.
Okay. Go ahead, Honourable Murray.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. I am covered by some of the things that you are saying because I was on the same page. But I just want to know is then when we speak about the turnaround strategy, when are you going to get the CEO? Because you've been so long without one. And unfortunately, I was only 2 years within the sixth administration. The other people, they've been longer there. So I just want to know, when are you going to get the CEO and when are things going to turn around for NDA? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Through you, Chairperson, the acting CEO retires by the end of October. That's why I'm not babbling. And the board concluded the recruitment in November 2023. But then, it's not the board that does the appointment. The board recommends to a minister, and the minister would then make a submission to cabinet. And the minister, this current minister, covered that in her input, that there were problems. When she came in, this thing was in limbo, and then she made a submission, and the submission was not approved. So there is no blame on her, and there is no blame on us. We will abide. But I can't babble when there is that bottleneck. That's why I'm saying I commended the minister, because she said within 21 days she's going to engage with us. Because as I sit here, on Monday next week is the 14th, it's the middle of the month, and the acting CEO, in terms of the retirement period, has to retire. So that is the appeal that we are talking about, because part of the role of the portfolio committee is to oversee what a minister does. And if a board concludes the process in November 2023, and up to May, nothing has happened, there's no communication. It's the portfolio committee that has to be understanding as to what had happened. And I'm saying this because I was a chairperson of portfolio committees for 17 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson of the NDA, for that clarity. Now I'm going to hand over to the Honourable Minister. Before we close, I have been reliably told that some of our leaders need to leave because of their flights. So I'm fully, mindful of that, and I'm apologizing for that. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, the committee, ADG, CEO of both entities, and the departmental officials. Chair, once again, I must upfront say, unlike everybody else, I am going through the sins of the incumbent. I'm saying so because there's never been a time where the Constitution of the Republic go on recess. And that Constitution compels me to be responsible on the role and the mandate that is assigned to the government of the day, which is the 7th administration, and in the Department of Social Development in particular, as its mandate. And for that reason, Chair, I'm unable to say I wasn't there. It wasn't me. I don't have that luxury. I must register that upfront. And as such, I take the entire responsibility of what has been said about the entity that I have a responsibility to play oversight over. Because 30 years in democracy, there's always been a constitution. And as such, it makes a collective, which is executive, and the minister in this sense, to be responsible to uphold that constitution and make sure that she or he is clear on his or her mandate insofar as the implementation is concerned. Hence, I take it upon myself to come and appear before this committee because I am not doing you a favor. You are doing your constitutional responsibility as it is enshrined in that. And in time, in between, I must come here to come and account to you. And that makes me to further commit to say, all that is said here, as long as you don't have acceptable answers onto what is expected of me, I'll have to come back and give you those answers. I must also say, Chair, once again, NDA missed my eye at some point. I can safely say here and now, I've met with NDA more than 4 times since I came into the office. And from day one, I identify these challenges. But at the time, because I was new, I couldn't see as profound as they are as members are articulating and questions being asked. And on a daily basis, I learn because it makes me to have a better understanding on my responsibility as against the mandate that I must hold in making sure that the entities do play their role. I wouldn't want to go any further, Chair, because that's not going to help this meeting. But I'm saying, and I'm pleading with you to say, when I came, I must emphasize this one. I found the matter of the CEO in limbo because it's only a CAB memo that informs whether the CEO must be appointed or not. And from where I'm seated, there's no such a document. And in that case, the board that appointed or recommended as CEO in November 2023, I'm sure it could have taken interest into that. And I'm sure I could have received a clear correspondence that indicate and articulate that challenge. And out of my wanting to make sure that the department is stabilized, I took it upon myself to make sure that I follow that. And I have an answer that says, there's no CAB memo that appoints CEO. Therefore, individually, if I understand the challenges that the board is going through and NTA, I won't be able to appoint a board. I won't be able to appoint a CEO. I want to leave it with the board, Chair. Because there is a board, regardless of the challenges. As I'm here as a minister, we should share the responsibility. Equally, because one, there was a call and we raised our hands to say, I will take the call. And that goes with responsibility. Once we articulate the challenges, we should be able to take a fair share of responsibilities. Because in sitting in boards, unfortunately in South Africa, there is something that you get. Of course, you cannot really put it on monetary basis because the contribution that board members are making, you can't really quantify it with the amount of money that they are getting. However, Chair, boards must take responsibilities. An NDA board can be no exception, Chair, because I can't at any given moment create an impression, Chair, that there's no board, unless I'm being told or receive correspondence that in fact there's no board. And surely when that comes to my I will act, not because I would love to, but the law will really forces me to do so. So, Chair, having said all that, having taken the responsibility, I wish to call upon the board to do so as well, so that all of us, we can be able to safely say, as we were called, we raise our hand to say, I'm available, let's do and play the ball, as according to how we are all expected. In 21 days, Chair, outside our schedule of your interaction with yourselves, we will request your good office to give us an opportunity to come and present to you on these matters that are put before you, also to contextualize them into what we'd expect according to the act that established the board and the performance of the board thereof, insofar as I am concerned. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honourable Minister. I really want to again thank the Minister, the ADG, the Chairperson of the Board of NDA, and the member of the board that came with the Chairperson and the CEO of the acting CEO of the NDA and all the leaders that are sitting here who make the work that we are talking about here happen. We appreciate that. I certainly do appreciate that, and I think I speak on behalf of my colleagues, because without these people sitting in this room, you can forget about the work happening on the ground. So we are very grateful for the work that you are doing. And I appreciate the fact that we all got the opportunity to do the presentations that we have done. All I want to say as I close, because I have to close this meeting, is that there are 30 million people in South Africa that do not have food on their table. Apparently, they say that they don't have all the meals, so they don't have the 3 meals that everybody has as they go to bed. And the people sitting in this room, both executive and legislative, are directly responsible to make sure that we move the needle when it comes to that. And so I'm very excited when I hear that people have things to say, I need help, I will give help, let's meet together, and so on and so forth. My phone is open, as I've always said, all the hours of a day, because although I cannot change the world, but if I can change a few people's lives for the better, that would be what I am here for. So thank you so much, honourable members. I'm sorry that you are going to have a brunch now, and I also wish each and everyone that is going to be leaving now to go to the airport so that they can go home a safe travelling mercy, so that we meet again when we have to meet. But thank you so, so much. You don't understand. Thanks. Okay. May I please ask the members now for real, not like Wednesday, the members to please stay behind. We have internal business. Very few seconds or minutes of that. Thanks.